everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. We've got a little bit of Gandalf action. We got a little bit of Shadowfax action. Together they make Gandalfax, or he prefers Shandoff. This is from Davale. We actually look at this. We got the foot version and the mounted version, and then we've got look at this. So we're going to be doing some of this. We might even be doing some textured cloth again. We haven't done that in quite some time, probably since the last time we did Gandalf. Or maybe it was, might have been on old Mr. Saruman here. Yep. Probably the last time we did that. Hey there, Landrast. So watching the lizards on the big screen. These two knuckleheads are back at it again here, Landrast. Check it out. Yep, they're going to be doing it. Thanks, Pura Vida. I don't mind one of these to get started. This is the proper way to start a stream with some medicine, right, Pura Vida? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yes, indeed. Now, Pura Vida, check this out. This is our stream from last night. Did one of the big old sneaky snakes, and oh, look at that. We had ourselves some glowy stuff. Hey there, Recoil. Nice to see ya. Geez, Recoil, this is, I don't know if this is your all-time record for, being able to catch literally the beginning of a stream, but it's got to be pretty darn close. So great to see you there. Oh, and just in case, we got Farmer Maggot here too, I guess. So we got a little bit of everything here. Oh, come on now. There we go. That's better. And Pura Vida, these, I gotta tell you, these are so much fun. I actually have three more. Now, they're not the whatchamacallit ones from them. Let me just see something here. I want to see how... Okay, so that would fit on stream then, because it's all ready to go. We might even be painting these tomorrow. Who knows? Look at this. Check out that interior. Now, here's the thing. Well, I guess I can. I don't know. You can. Can you guys actually? You guys can actually see what I'm doing in there, can't you? I can't, but you guys can. So maybe, maybe we will be able to paint this guy tomorrow, because I'm zoomed in all the way. Actually, let me kill Facebook here so we don't keep getting beeped at here. 1 second. Just kill those off. That's better. Yeah, this could be interesting, and that's one of two houses from Printing Goes Ever On. I haven't actually printed the third one, Landress, that weird kind of tall one with the bubble roof there. So yeah, Pura Vida. Actually, I put that lumberjack one up on the YouTubes there. So great to see you there, Recoil. And actually, Recoil, is the cricket match back underway again? That test match? Because it was a test match, right? So here's another one of the Hobbit houses. Actually, this one's for Bilbo Stabbins right here. That's his house, Bilbo Stabbins. Don't mess with him. This is going to be pure rocket science here. It's going to be super complex. We're going to take this here brush, and we're going to start dry brushing lighter stuff over the top of them. Yeah, let's just start doing that. Let's just start getting this going here. We're gonna Mars Yellow Deep. We didn't even have that on the palette yesterday. Come on, get yourself out there. What are you doing? Sitting on the sidelines here. Pura Vida. Oh, let's see. Where's the... Oh, gee whiz. Forgot we have little Leggy right here. Oh, man. Forgot all about him. Where's... here it is. Well, this one, there's a bit of grass on this one, too. A little more than I thought. Let me get a little bit of that stuff. A little bit of this stuff. And now we're going to do some of this stuff. Look at this. This is super complex here, man. Now, I was hoping maybe... no, maybe... Oh, wow. Is there actually some... I thought they maybe actually put some texture on there, right? I guess not. Now, somewhere... Oh, here's... This is not the Denethor you're looking... This is the Denethor I'm looking for. Because that's what I'm going to do with the base here. So let's keep Denethor out there too. So great to see you there, Rico. And of course, Rico, like usual, once we get more folks here, you want to share your links and such. Now, Armored Wolf is he's doing an event today, so it might be a while before we see Armored Wolf. Now, I was thinking about doing some bluish glow on this, because you don't usually see that with Gandalf. So, Pure Vita, I hope that you're doing really well. Hope everybody is having themselves a decent Friday/Saturday. Now, Pura Vida, there's no, well, I think Reaper is still selling some of the Sio Cathys. The Dark Sword ones, there was only, geez, I think there was maybe 200 of those made, and that was it. Yeah, I think, well, that there was all the craziness with Hasbro and all that kind of stuff that just popped up out of nowhere. But yeah, Reaper is still doing the Sio-Cat. Now, those don't have the, whatchamacallit, they don't have the Jiro figure. That's why they're still able to do that, because it's just a Cathy miniature. There's no Jiro on it. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So, like I said, Armored Wolf was at an event today. Thanks, Armored Wolf. I know that's a long day. So hopefully you'll get a chance to chill out a little bit here, but I think you'll probably be trying to get work done. Hey there, Merlin Models. Nice to see ya. So Merlin Models, it's been a little while. Geez, I don't know if you had a chance to see some of the terrain. Oh, speaking of terrain, that I've printed out that first dwarf house from actually the same folks that did this. I almost said printable scenery. And I almost said Hartolia because of the Easterling terrain, but the same, Miniature Land. Same folks that did this. I printed out the first dwarf house, and that one seemed to be super cool. Yeah, Merlin Models, what I'm hoping to do is maybe in, say, January/February, is do a couple of early starts on, say, Saturday. That's what I'm hoping to do. Let me get a little bit of, there we go. So again, nothing earth-shattering here. Hey there, Ryan. So I think, actually, Rico, if you wanted to share some of your stuff in the chat, same thing there, Ryan. You want to share some things in the chat, please go ahead. Thanks, Merlin. Actually, that one is up on the YouTubes now. Kind of a shortened version of that. And of course, again, we did 6 of those. So Ryan, there's a part of me that wonders if something is with those extended rendering times, that maybe some kind of setting is changed, and we'll see what happens when I record a video here. Ooh, Ryan, geez. I think I sent you a picture of these, right? I might have sent you a picture of these. Let me just get them on screen here. So these are some test paint sent to me. Now, of course, the one color that I was most fascinated with was the Puro Orange. I guess their pigment source there, they need to find a new pigment source if they're going to mass produce those. So Ryan, that is, as I guess this Sunday, huge surprise, Ryan. We're going to be changing the plan of the video schedule. So everybody, please check out the link that Rico just shared, and check out also the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Ryan's got some spectacular oil painted stuff there. And of course, Rico, you got your buggies in there, you got your Rangers in there, you got all the good stuffs in there. So Pura Vida, you can get the Cathy miniatures still from Reaper. Then again, those are the Scio Cathys. Now, what I did do, I do have a printable. Actually, I have the original STL, so I can at least print out some Giros. Yep, Kino, it's always one stream, one miniature, right? So there is the Sticky Snake with the rider on top. Here, let me try and turn this around. There, you can see the source lit side right there. So there's our big old Sneaky Snake, Kino. So Ryan, those are just some test paints. Those are some test paints just sent to me because they want to. Well, we might have used oils once or twice here, and they want to. We're supposed to crash test them, Ryan. Hey there, Megan. How you doing, Megan? Sorry that I've only been able to just send you messages with like pictures of Christmas trees and taters and such. Everybody, please give Megan Paints a follow too. Megan, if you want to share some of your painted stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. So Pura Vida, the oxalis plants though, and the birch trees, those are 3D printed bits from Make It Epic Basing. So Pura Vida, eventually, maybe I could, once I get the website going, that's where I'm going to try to maybe have some of the figs that we paint here on the stream. Maybe those will be available for folks to purchase or whatever, since, well, we need things like a much larger monitor on our streaming area here. Because when the camera boom is set up where it is, I can, well, it's sitting right in front of the chat. So that's why I kind of almost have to stop now to be able to see the chat, because that camera boom is right in the way. Nice thing about the camera boom is that it allows me to paint larger things like all those hobbit holes. Oh, and the, oh, I don't know, Pura Vida, did you see all the Nazgul that I did? Yes, we did 11 Nazgul and Fell Beasts on the stream. So again, Megan, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat there too, please go ahead. Feel free to do that. It's great to see you there. So yeah, Ryan, those are just some test colors there, and I've got to again kind of put them through some paces, and we're gonna start with a color theory in oils. We're gonna do color charts, and I'm just gonna stick with titanium white so that we can get the best direct comparison. And then I think I'm gonna take a couple of them, and we'll try to do some staining tests. So it's going to be very much an experimental whatever. We'll see what happens with them. So Pura Vida, actually you can watch all the sessions on the channel here. They're all saved as highlights. I also painted a Balrog, a Watcher in the Water, 6 goblins, a cave dragon, all from Moria. I also painted the what is that? The Necromancer, and I think at least 2 or 3 werewolves for Angmar. So yeah, there's we painted a ton of stuff. Also, again, we painted the elven ship. We painted the 6 hobbit holes. We have painted a bunch of stuff here. Thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Now, we're going to be doing our usual, hitting this with our darker, glazy things. We just wanted to get a quick start here. All right, let's get back to this one. So yeah, it's been extra crazy here, if that's even possible. More craziness on top of more craziness. But Pura Vida says, well, with the medicine for craziness is medicine. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So yeah, Kino, that it was really fun painting that snake there. Oh, I also have. Are they easily available here? Not sure where they went. Okay, they're over there. I actually have an Arwen on horseback, like basically movie Arwen. As this, she's sort of kind of getting ready to go out to the Grey Havens there. So I got that one. I also have an Elrond figure because it's been a while since we've seen Elrond Hubbard. So long, I don't even know where his miniature is. Well, I got this one. I think this is Elrond John. Yeah, that's Elrond John. We don't have Elrond Hubbard. That's Elrond on horseback. So thank you so much. Appreciate the bits there. And of course, I appreciate the level 4 hype train that we had last night on stream. So many thanks for that. I know that Recoil was able to kick that off. I'm so tempted to do. Now, of course, we already have that on Saruman here, but it might be fun to do that on our Gandalf. Let's do that. Let's do a little switcheroo here. Let's do a bit of a switcheroo, which means this moves to this. All right. That slides down here. That goes over here. While we still don't have all the latest light on here yet, why don't we just do this? Because we haven't done this in a little while. Thanks, Rico. Is that going to do us a hype train there? At almost, I think we've got a third player and a Blitzkrieg. Then we have ourselves a hype train. We're at 31% of a level 1. %31 of a level. Should we? I'm gonna do it here too. We're gonna do that here. Again, we're making an executive decision here. Wasn't going to originally, but now we're gonna do it. Hey there, Rottweiler. Merlin Models again. Sorry that it's been so late with all the streams. Again, I'm trying to do an early one. I even want to try and do like a early weekday one. Thanks, Pura Vida. Everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Rottweiler, if you wanted to post your pumpkin golem and some of your other stuff that you've been working on, why don't you do that? Actually, Pura Vida, speaking of working on stuff, is there anything that you've been able to have some fun with lately yourself as far as painting goes? And of course, Kino, if there's something that you wanted to share in the chat, I probably have failed to ask you if you wanted to do that. So yeah, you want to do that, that is fine. So maybe we'll have some fun with this. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Okay, so if we're going to do that, that means we got to start doing some darker glazy things here. It's a bit like what we did over here. Let's see if we can get this working the way we want here. I'm going to use some of you. Got some of our floral blue there. Prussian blue? What about Indantron blue? And we're just going to chuck that over here. Super light like. Come on. Things must be messy before they can be neat, right? Let's do something like that. And where's our other one here? Thanks, Pura Vida. I think that did it. I see a whole bunch of like fireworks and stuff, so I believe we have ourselves a hype train. Or like we sometimes, is it a hypno train? Sometimes it's a hype train. There it is. There it comes. Look out, look out. There it is. All aboard. All aboard that hype train. Or is it a hypno train? Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. You wish to join the Linseed Fellowship. Yes, yes, you do. All aboard that hype train. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's just keep going with this stuff here. Again, it's not much. It's pretty darn glazy. But we better do this. Again, otherwise we have nothing to contrast with. We must contrast with something. I mean, ooh, you know what? We could even... I wondered. I got myself... I do have a blue light here. I do have it, and I got a paper towel, which also happens to be white. Let's crinkle this up a little bit. As you can see, there's still shadows there. That's a white paper towel. And we got a bunch of lights on, and still, look, there's shadows. See that blue in the over here? Look at this. So that's what we're going to... Okay, here's your regular light now. Poof, with this. So there's still... Look at this. See that shadow zone in there? Look at that. We got to make sure we get this band of shadows. That's like a B5 thing, right? Recoil, a band of shadows. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Kino just posted. And again, check out the link that Rottweiler posted. And now, Megan, I don't know if you had a chance to post anything. Actually, Merlin Models, what have you been also hopefully able to work on? Again, I hope everybody has been able to at least do a little something with their miniatures. What are we doing here? Again, hitting some... This is some of the Indanthrin Blue. I mean, it's sitting on the palette from yesterday anyways. Might as well make some use of it, right? Okay, and... That's nice. Yeah, we actually have a decent amount of that blue in here already. That's nice. Alright, let's grab some of the asphaltum here. And some of that. Let's try some of this together. Also, I'm going to try and grab me some of that, maybe some of the Perlene Black. You can see there's all different colors in there, right? All different colors in that. We gotta make sure that winds up on him too. Alright, let me get some of this. Plus that. I can even put a little bit of my white because it's the glazes. Yeah, we can have white in a glaze, and it still is going to be considered a glaze. What am I trying to do here? We're trying to warm up this part, where that's going to be cooler up there. We got to do the warm versus cool thing here. Warm versus cool. Get me some more of that brown in there. All right. And remember, this is barely a mid-tone right here. Barely even a mid-tone. So Kino, again, thanks for sharing that. And again, sorry that I didn't ask you last night, but glad you got a chance to share something tonight. And again, everybody please give Megan a follow, give Recoil a follow, give Rottweiler a follow. So look at this. Remember we did all the dry brushy stuff? See how it's all mixing together there? This is what makes the oils so much fun. is able to mix all that stuff together. So again, thanks everybody for the bits and such, and the subs too. Those are very, very helpful, of course. Hey, Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, if you want to post some stuff there, like always. Grey Wolf, I gotta tell you, boy, it was kind of neat having the clump foliage, and actually because the supplies that you brought, I was able to actually uh, do that organization that I showed you, those pictures there. It took several hours. I was actually doing it while I was on the phone with Kathy's family, I think. And that really did make a big difference. Ooh, let me get some violet here. We did actually get violet on our Shadowfax there. So again, thanks Pura Vida, appreciate that. And Pura Vida, if there's anything that you've been painting, something that you might want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that now. Look at what we're doing here. Look at this. This is not something that you can do with your acrylic glazes. Look at this. We're kind of reactivating the paint here, and see how the dry brushy texture is now turning into just, well, blended paint. Again, you can't do that with acrylics, can you? That would just be dry brush stuff, and that would be the end of it. Yep, can't do stuff like this. No siree. Grey Wolf, just unbelievable to see all of that stuff in one place for the first time ever. As literally the first time ever, all in one place. I never thought that was going to happen. So again, we're just getting in here with some warmers. Now we're going to go the oppo way. I'm going to get some of this perline black. That's our dark green. Also, some of the Van Dyke brown. I don't think we did the dark. Oh, we did do the darker snoot on Shadowfax before on our first one. Yeah. And Grey Wolf, I'm also hoping that maybe there's some of the new chaos has died down, and I don't know if there's been any new discoveries or anything like that, or if it's all just kind of recouping, because those no matter what, those were some very late nights there. So hopefully there's been some time to recoup a little bit there too. Where's my... Well, okay, that wasn't quite what I was looking for. Look at this. I'm actually mixing the radiant green and the brown together, because we don't have enough crazy combos going on. Clearly, we don't have enough... Look at this. Here's some of the perline black. That's green. Yep. We just put some green in there. Now we're going with the warmer browns here. Now, we just did the darker primer, by the way. That's good. That's good. Because I was thinking, man, that's going to be... Talk about hashtag no sleep in Wappleville. Down here. So what we have basically now, all the primer is now totally covered. And again, see, we've got I think we got that snoot just about as dark as it's supposed to be. Oh, by the way, still not good. Do I want to do his elven cloak, or are we going to do the white cloak? I think we're going to go with the white cloak, because we haven't actually done that yet. We'll just do it as the white cloak here. So again, all of that dry, brushy texture stuff, that's all going to be gone here. Now, where's my Denethor? All right, those are... That's where dark blue is, and we'll just use our not indigo here, aka the Payne's gray. Just gonna chuck that in here real quick like. Well, okay, that's I'm glad at least that that's the case. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. So, Grant, we just had a level 1 Grand Oracle. We did have a bit of a Blitzkrieg. A little bit of a Blitzkrieg going on. I think it's Shadowfax. I think, Grant, we'll combine the two of them together just to keep everybody happy. Like a Shadowfax or something like that. It'll be all the names all together. Just so that both sides are happy. Oh, and by the way, these are from Davale, and you can see, look at that. See, we're already starting to get ourselves a little bit of a shiny going on there, a little bit of a glow. Oh gosh, what was that thing called? It was Junior Leader Training, JLTR, something like that, JLT something. I don't know if that was because that was obviously when I was in Boy Scouts. It was the Junior Leadership Training something program or whatever. I don't know if that's the same thing. Again, long time ago. Very, very long time ago. So not so sure. Okay, it might be the same. That's probably a very similar counterpart, just a different name because, well, it's been a year or two later. Right, Grand Oracle? We're just a year or two removed from our scouting days. You can see already, right, we're starting to see some glow there. You know what? I'm going to go to this brush here. So yeah, and this was not the original plan, but as you know, plans definitely change. So Grand Oracle, I don't think you were able to see last night's stream, right? I don't know, I don't think so. Tell you what, it's really hard to fathom that we're almost at the end of the college football season. That is hard to fathom. Because what is this, week 13 or week 14? Going to start working some of the lighter stuff in here now. So Megan, that's the other. I guess Megan, do you have a lot of Thanksgiving stuff to prepare? And hopefully none of the kids have gotten any more exotic sicknesses from school or anything like that, because that never happens. Nobody ever catches weird stuff from school and then brings that home and nails everybody else with it. That never ever happens. I don't think there's any recorded instances of that happening to anybody. Certainly didn't happen to us when we were kids. We never got sick and then brought that home and made everybody else in the house also sick. So we're starting to get our light here on our Gandalf. I thought, just for funsies, why don't we do that here? Let's not have Gandalfax over there. That's good, mate. Especially with all the machinations it took to make that happen in the first place. Yeah, try not to. Yeah, sorry, Megan. Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut there. I should probably just keep that shut. and just have some medicine, right, Pura Vida? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Actually, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to show off your Kathy miniature, oh, hey, same thing there, Megan. If you wanted to show off any of the Kathy miniatures that you did. And Megan, I think I sent you a picture of the Kathy gallery, right? Which now Grey Wolf also has a Kathy miniature in the Kathy gallery. So again, just to trying to get myself a little bit of our source lighting happening up here. We need some of that in here too. We got nothing going on in there as far as our light goes. So again, thanks Pura Vida, appreciate that. Now down here, warmer light down there for sure. Also now here we got to start thinking about our marble, which actually is a cooler color just in general. Let's keep some of that ice blue. We're also going to try and have some of the oh geez, that's supposed to be dark blue also. So again, everybody please check out the link that Megan just posted too. So Ryan, I guess, well, things are going to get chilly now. If people thought the last few weeks were cold at various college football stadiums around the country, things are going to get a wee bit chilly here. Who knows how long that'll actually last, but I do think these next couple of college football games are going to be a wee bit on the frosty side. Everybody please check out that Insta link that Grey Wolf Studios just shared. That is an Insta, yeah, it's an Insta there. And also check out Megan's Insta link there, some of the fabulous Kathy miniatures. And again, we appreciate everybody that got those to help us out here. That is much appreciated. Hey there, Horns fan. Yeah, there's really not much going on, right, in college football. It's not like there's any playoff spots at stake or anything like that. So, Horns fan, how you doing? Yeah, Horns fan, it's going to be a wee bit frosty on the gridiron. I don't know if the games are going to look like that Cleveland-Pittsburgh game. I'm not sure how many snow globes we're going to see people playing in. But I have a feeling it's not going to be any of those, 80, 90 degree days like it was just a matter of a few weeks ago. So, Horns fan, great to see you, of course. Horns fan, there could be some games that end up being a little bit, they could get out of hand. We were trying to take some analysis on, does Indiana really have a chance? I mean, again, Wisconsin should have beaten Oregon. I think Oregon's not actually playing this week. Velfair, sorry that the mustard keeps flowing there. I don't know if you could say it was a mustard type of a day here, but it was like schmustard. We'll go with that. It was schmustard. Yeah, Horns fan, we had a little bit of that here, but obviously where they are, they're going to have much more lake effect snow than we do. Because here to have lake effect snow, it actually has to blow out of the northeast, and needless to say, that doesn't happen a whole lot. But for Cleveland, I think the wind just has to kind of go its normal direction to create lake effect snow. Actually, Megan, I wasn't sure if you guys had any snow. Come to think of it. Yeah, sorry, it only just occurred to me now to say, hey, did you have some snow? So yeah, Grey Wolf. Well, it's in the shoe, right? Right. If it was in Indiana, I would. That would be a whole different thing. But being in the shoe, that's a big deal there. So not so sure that's not going to be kind of one of the deciding factors. So Megan, was that also kind of a, well, sometimes they call it lake effect enhanced snow, where like it was going to snow anyway, but then that lake effect really gets in there and gets it amped up. Yeah, Velfir, well, I don't know if I want to say sorry you didn't get any, because would have been a little bit difficult for you to get out there and shovel that with all the current stuff going on. Well, I mean, I do believe it was you, Velfir, right, that coined the hashtag No More Undefeateds, and we've almost cleared them all out. Actually, Ryan, I was hearing this general amazement that I think it's 9 Big 12 teams still actually have a chance to make it to the college playoff, or none. So see you later, Pura Vida. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So Velfira, I think all that's left is Army, Oregon, Indiana, and who else? I think that's it. So Pura Vida, have a good one. Happy Friday/Saturday. And Pura Vida, again, you want to check out all the stuff that we've been doing. It's all saved as highlights. You want to go back and watch those Hobbit holes and the Bow Rug and all of those ring race. Yeah, just go check those out. And appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the bits. Yeah, Horns fan. I mean, I think it starts 11 their time, right? Right, Grey Wolf. So again, we're going to be using a blending brush here. Look at this. Making use of that. And again, these are 3D printed from Davale. All right, see you in a bit there, Megan. Now, Horns fan, we haven't had any Gandalf rolls tonight. Actually, we had, I think it was it 2 streams ago? We were doing was it the last Hobbit hole? I think we were doing the last of the Hobbit holes or something like that. We had, I think, 7 Gandalf rolls, and we had 4 6s. So let me see. So is Smooth still undefeated? I didn't think SMU was still undefeated. Actually, we've got, we were trying to figure out who was that, 23, 24, and 25. I didn't realize that UNLV was the 23rd ranked team. They're playing right now against San Jose State. So yeah, you got University of Las Vegas, or Nevada, Las Vegas, playing against San Jose State. So this will be a little bit different again from what we did here. We're doing the white cloak, not the green cloak. The green cloak would have been easier to make the source lighting happen, that's for sure. Let's see. Actually, who is Colorado playing? Because that's a big game. Well, actually, the Ole Miss Florida game, that is also something you don't want to sleep on. When, of course, the night game, we're actually, with the Irish and the Black Knights there, that could be a super interesting game. I just wonder because that could have some serious, all kinds of playoff implications there. Again, the College Football Report brought to you by the Wampleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. And of course, last night, Recoil's mom was providing the cricket report. So we appreciate that. Again, we cover the wide world of sports. So yeah, look, actually, does San Jose State have a lead in that game? Yeah, San Jose has a 16-10 lead, and they are into the second half now. Yes, indeed. Again, we'll try and get some of our light down here now. Let's see how that's. We're starting to get our little bit of blue-ish light going on. So yeah, it's very possible. I think that some like either nine Big 12 teams are still in competition for the playoff because, well, winning the conference, right? However, whoever doesn't win the conference is probably not going to be an at-large. I think all the at-larges are coming from the Big Ten and the SEC, maybe the ACC. Maybe, well, I'm guessing that the ACC is kind of shaping up to be a Clemson Miami matchup there. So yeah, usually March, usually Horns fan right around Adepticon is typically the first/second week of the season. And there was a point where there was a whole bunch of the Adepticon staff that were really, because we got them big into Aussie rules. Of course, all of them were front runners, and they were, well, at the time, they were picking West Coast, Collingwood, Geelong, Hawthorn, Sydney. You know, Kathy and I, we went with St. Kilda for Kathy and Bulldogs for me. So yeah, Horns fan, they and well, let's see. Also, Adelaide. And I think another went for Richmond. And again, that's when Hawthorn was like winning 3 premierships, and that's when Collingwood was still, well, Collingwood. I think one of them might have chosen Carlton, and that one did work out so well. I mean, the Bulldogs, they did manage to win that one premiership in 2016, but at least they haven't been cellar dwellers since. So Landdrest, hopefully printing all the houses is going well. I'm kind of printing out a whole lot of dwarf stuff now. Actually printing out essentially Balin's tomb, which actually it's going to be almost like the sorry, not quite as extensive as the Dol Amroth port city, but it's in the neighborhood. It's in the ballpark. It doesn't have 2-story buildings in it, but it has a lot of pieces, a lot of big floor. Each of those pieces, those floor pieces, takes up pretty much the entire bamboo build plate. Oh, by the way, the newest Conquest Creations Kickstarter is underway with the Elven terrain. So I told Jacob I would try to paint that. So if that's going to fit on stream, maybe we paint that tomorrow. Also, too, Armada Mondays, right? I think I'm going to have plenty of ships to paint, but I just realized that, you know what I should paint on the Armada Monday would be one of our sailboats, like as in a painting, instead of just actual boats. Where's my... Oh, okay, so we gotta get some of that over here. Okay, alright. We can do that. Fine, whatevers. So Indiana, Oregon, Army, that's it. That's what I thought, Velfira. Because BYU, I think, was the last to fall. That was another team that, much like, say, Miami and such, was they were living a bit dangerously. They were always having dramatic comebacks and all that stuff. Clemson most likely is, I mean, they're playing Citadel, so I do think they're going to emerge from that. Now, Wake Forest, you would think, oh, that's going to be easy pickings, but Miami Wake Forest, that hasn't always been an easy game either. Did we get enough on his? Let's get some more on Shadowfax's main here. Oh, and by the way, 51 minutes and a level 1 hype train ago, these had no paint on them. So there's that too. Yeah, it's this might have changed in a wee bit. And of course, we also changed what we were going to be doing here. That was originally not going to be the object source lighting. That wasn't really the original plan. It kind of became the new plan as we went along here. Are there ever any real plans, Velfira? Again, the universe just kind of comes along and says, "Oh, you have a plan. That's cute. That's very cute. I think we're going to make an adjustment to your plan." Hey there, Plank Walker. I was just about to say, at first light, look to the east, and there's a Gandalfax or Shandoff. One second here. Let me just get this off of here. Okay, I think we got that cleared. Velfira, I mean, they pretty much have the same type of offense as Navy, and that usually gives teams like, say, the Irish that just are not used to facing that. It can cause some consternation. Hopefully it does, right? That's all we can hope for. And of course, there's another team that someone's hoping that goes completely unnoticed. The number 3 team that's playing Kentucky, which has almost been giant killers at least twice so far. Yes, there's a certain person in the chat saying, "Nope, don't even mention that. That game, that's not even on the schedule. Don't even talk about it." Yeah, Velfira, I don't think that Navy is quite the. I don't think they have the same kind of punch, because Army is still kind of gone in there and blown the doors off of people. So we'll see how it goes. You never know. We can just hope, right, Velfira? Well, Grey Wolf, thank you so much for being here. As always, appreciate that. And again, Grey Wolf, I'm glad that I don't want to say all that ends well is well, but at least there's a little bit of stabilization here. That's good. And hopefully again some recovery time, a chance to get things back on track again. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. Thanks again. And I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow. I'm just gonna keep using this as a blending brush here. Just going to keep using that here. Now I'll take this, smush that around like we do. Okay, I want to get a little touch of that, yeah, more of this yellow. That's the Hansa yellow. I think there's actually 2 different Hansa yellows, Grand Oracle, in that set that was sent to me. And of course, again, the color that I was most fascinated with, the Perline Orange, that they're going to have to resource that pigment. So I was kind of advised, don't fall in love with that too much. Also, don't use too much of it at once if you do. I mean, obviously they'll try and match it as closely as they can, but that was a bit of a humorous exchange there, needless to say. I'm going to start getting some light down here. We can see we've got the violets in all those different colors. Ooh, you know what I need to start doing now? This sometimes helps. Yeah, I just turn down the brightness a little bit. That can sometimes help when, well, you're doing something like this where it's pretty much white on white. So yeah, it's gonna be a color theory and oils episode where we try to do some testing on those. So I think the last time we tested paints, that wasn't just regular artist oils. That was probably the Flow whatevers from Scale 75, wasn't it? Thanks, Kino. Appreciate that. I'm gonna scare up our original one here so you can kind of see. Right, you got to see all the blues and the violets in this Shadowfax. We're gonna again try and make that happen here too. Come on, trying to get this. This is a much warmer white here, and I'm also going to try and get some texture into that. So some of that glazy stuff that we did, that's starting to make a bit of a difference in there, I think. Now, where's my... Okay, here we go. This is the cooler white. Because I think his staff is going to put some cooler white over here. Also down here on this part of his cloak. Might have to get into those darks with back again with our cooler colors. We'll see how that works. Well, look at this. Look at what the blending brush does. Can't make short work of all that. Grand Oracle. It's funny because I was so tempted to get the Duroc Deep, but I was able to get the files from Miniature Land, and I think it's 5 or 6 dwarven buildings, and they're kind of like the Hobbit holes. They're pretty good. Now the other thing that wasn't part of their little dwarven bundle was all of the rails and the roads and stuff. Also too, I mean, his what was it, Kingdoms of Saxonia. Now Grand Oracle, you don't have Tor Ithalos or oh gosh, the Kingdom no, Kingdom Asrigor. That's it. I don't think you have Asrigor or Tor Ithalos, do you, Grand Oracle? Believe it or not, those are, well, the ruined version of Tor Ithalos I have printed out. Now, I don't know how much of that we can paint on stream. Maybe some of the smaller buildings. Just one thing I will say is that you are going to be seeing most likely some more terrain painting on stream, just because that's the quickest way to get through it. Grand Oracle, you can also do the oh, what the heck is it called? His Patreon. I was gonna say tribes, but no, that's his Patreon. Because he's got his Hobbit stuff and also the well, now he's got the Moria stuff. Yeah, like the again Balin's tomb with the whole courtyard around it. It's not just like a little the tombstone, right? It's the whole shooting match. Now we're gonna have to get this darker here if we are gonna. Oh wait! Let me get a little bit of the blue into that. There we go. We need some shadows in there. Because again, that's this light coming down here would cast some shadows in amongst all of this here. Gonna blitz in a little bit more of that. Now some of the Van Dyke Brown in there. Is this my? This is the one here. So I'm gonna get this out of here so I can get more of the. Let me get some of that. Wow, okay, that Mars Yellow Deep. That's a pretty intense yellow now. We could still go a whole lot later with this too. Okay, that wasn't supposed to fill in that. Just go like that. Get rid of some of it. Blending brush. I'll just use this guy maybe. So thanks to Armored Warfare posting a link to the Patreon page. Our latest video, I do believe, did that go up yesterday? I think that one went up yesterday. And that was all about getting that greenery on our Hobbit buildings. That was a wild and crazy video. All kinds of experiments there. We try to make sure that we do maximum experimentation. Now, let me get a little different. That's got a bit more of our reddish brown in it. Smush this around here. Got a little bit of that violet here. Can't always have that blending brush at the ready. That's gonna get a little bit of shadow over here. Also that sword blade, get some kind of bluish gray on that too.
So say we all.
Hey there, Big Jim. That is Big Jim Slade. It's like, hey, Mister. That's Gandalf to you. I'm thinking it's Shadowfax to you. It's like, well, whichever one is. If you got a quarter, like, I don't have any pockets. Talk to the guy on my back. It's like, dude, you got any quarters? I kind of got my hands full with the Witch King here. Like, maybe he's got some quarters. How you doing there, Big Jim? Nice to see ya. That's 41 months worth. Everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. Actually, so Big Jim, what is that game that you guys have? I'm assuming that's a game that you guys have been playing on stream for I think 2-3 weeks, and I think you've been playing that on Wednesday, right? Right, Slade? But I think has it been you and Esmo playing that? Again, I'm just guessing that it is a game. Ah, boy, a big Jim. We could have had that when we had all of our rates. And I'm pretty sure that you joined us on at least one or two of the Hobbit holes, right? I know at least one of them. Yeah, I'm just visual. That might just have to happen. We'll have to make a diorama of Big Jim versus the Witch King. Actually, Big Jim. Now that we've got the that cave, well, we have two cave dragons. Now I have to have this and the cave dragon together. Okay, so yeah, Big Jim. I would hear. Shall we say some of the narration? And I do think there is I don't know, to me the game is trying to read it all with a straight face, or even or even just get through it, period, because there seems to be some rather interesting dialogue in that game. I'm just throwing it out there. So everybody, please give again, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. Yeah, we're trying to get a little bit darker snoot here on Shadowfax. Okay, yeah, it seemed to be that way, Slade. I'm just like, yeah, that's you're reading that and you're going, what did I just read? Oh, what's the game it's wow, what is it? The game where you've got everybody puts in the cards. And why am I'm just spacing on that. I was just about to say it, and now I can't say the name. It is Cards Against Humanity. That's it. It's like somebody made a video game version of Cards Against Humanity. Oh, thanks, Sir James. Appreciate that. Yes, Sir James. Well, if we do this one on stream, this will be the biggest challenge of all, trying to get to the firelight there. Let me grab this house here. Look, look at where this is. It's down in there, and these walls, these are for hobbits here. This is like a cathedral ceiling for hobbits right here. So yeah, this is the one from Printing Goes Ever On, one of two. But yeah, look at that. There's well, the stairs I guess are hobbit sized. Not sure where they go to, but yeah, that's one of the hobbit holes there. Also got the one from Conquest Creations. Yeah, Big Jim. I saw that. And I thought, wow, that is pretty wild. And then I'm hearing the dialogue. Okay, well let me look at something real quick here. All right, so that still does get some of the white there. So that means this needs to be darkened back down again. Again, it's easy enough to make these changes, that's for sure. So we're going to darken this back down here. And by darken it, it's kind of like hit it with a mid-tone. Because we've got, we want a bluish glow. Oh, where's our Saruman there. So same thing with Saruman. We have a glow happening up there, and we want that to be reflecting down onto him. So here we're starting to put the warmer tones. Over here we've got the cooler tones. Elite says that those stairs go to the second pantry, which definitely makes some Hobbit sense, right, Elite? See what that did? Look at that. Now that light shows up. You must have dark to show the light. Where's my other blending brush? And we were, oh, that's right, we were just doing this little trick right here. So again, if you're going to have a bluish light here, we're just going to crinkle. Now let's get this one that doesn't have paint all over it. We're going to crinkle this up a bit. And then we hit it with this, and you can see we've got, again, those bluish shadows there. So that is what we were replicating. Blending brush again. Wow, that really did make a big difference. Yep, now we're starting to get ourselves a little bit of lighting here. Again, from this. Still gonna get some more coming from that. I think it actually does reach down towards Shadowfax's head there. Oh, we're gonna get some more of that light over here. Oh, no wonder. Need to be using this one. It's like, boy, that brush is pretty rugged right there. Too much thinner. We're gonna get some thinner out of that brush. There we go. Just like, oh, here's our just like Grumpy Gandalf over here, right, with the source lighting. Oh, same deal here. Of course, with our Gandalf and the off-camera light sourcing for our Moria stuff. Going to catch some more light here. So when is that Texas game? Is it the afternoon game there, Longhorn? Or sorry, Horns fan? I'm pretty sure that Texas game is kind of a middle of the day. The OU IU game is that's the early one. Actually, Horns fan, is that 11 Central or is that noon Central? I'm thinking it's noon Central, but I don't know. Maybe that is 11 our time. Okay, so the Indiana, or sorry, the Texas game is the afternoon. Well, at least you don't have to wait too long. I don't know if you want to be sitting there all day long, right, Horns fan, waiting for that game. I know there's still all the crazy scenarios. You know, who is going to be hosting a game? they were talking about the various venues that could be hosting a playoff game for the first time ever. And Horns fan, we've been talking about it for years, right? That was it. Isn't it the not the F? Is it the FBS instead of the BCS that they actually do play playoff games? Because there's something like 21 teams or whatever in the playoffs, and they actually do play in home stadiums. It's been done for years. Now here's where we're going to try and hit this a little lighter here. Now 2 on this side of his arm. Bingo. Where'd my light go? We are going to try and strengthen up some of these shadows over here, like you do. Hey there, Tavern Keeper. How's it going? Tavern Keeper, well, I have, it's also from Miniatureland, a giant Hobbit tavern. It's basically about 4 or 4.5 of these things for the bottom floor wide, and it's about 3 of these on top. So it's a massive 2-story Hobbit tavern. So how you doing there, Tavern Keeper? I mean, go check that out. It's pretty stunning. And I do have that printed out. Obviously, it is way too big to be painting on stream, but nevertheless, super fun. This is a little combination of both the little bit of our blue and some of our brown. Again, trying to get that a little darker here to emphasize our light. And I think that is starting to do the trick there. Tavern Keeper, if you wanted to share your Voton, please go ahead. Actually, speaking of dwarves, Tavern Keeper, as we speak, there is more dwarven terrain printing out. In fact, as far as terrain goes, that might be the next stuff you start seeing here on the stream. This is the one I'm looking for here. So yeah, Tavern Keeper, we did 6 of the Hobbit holes. And if you check out the Instagram now, you can see what they all look like with all their flock and foliage on them. All 6 of those are done now completely. We are also going to be getting a whole bunch of little hobbitses ready to paint on the stream. Also, too, all of the farm aminals that got to go inside that little kind of barn homestead type thing. I think that was is that the 3rd one we painted up, or was that the 4th one? Come on, there we go. I'm maybe thinking about throwing some more dark there on Shadowfax is out. No, we gotta get some more of our. Oh well, okay. Then the dark does make some sense. It does make sense to get some of that down in here. Because I mean, even you can look at the references, right? Just because cloaks and horses are white does not mean that it's completely devoid of all things shadow. It's like, dude, Shadowfax, it's in the name. That's now Shadowfax is getting after us too. Holy smokes! Oh geez, thanks Recoil. Much appreciated. Yeah, Recoil. I just decided to go ahead and get that another package of the filament there because, well, I don't think it's gonna. We'll see if it gets better than that $42 price. But I just thought, you know what, we better snag that while we can. So thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow if you could. And Recoil, if you wanted to share your buggies and rangers and stuff again, and I do hope that you get a chance to get back into some streaming there, because I know what it does. Let's see, usually about maybe 6-ish in the morning Central Time here. Tavern Keeper, I guess, how challenging, and of course that's a rhetorical question, how challenging was it to set up your painting area again after the move? That's a rhetorical question in that it's always a major pain to get that thing set back up again, right? But hopefully that is set up. Hopefully it is kind of about as ideal as it can be. And now you'll be all good to go and be cranking away fabulous new stuff in your new space. All right, now what we got to do, start to get the reflected light. Where's our... So here we had obviously he's riding that black horse, right? So you can see what we did there. We're going to get some of our blues darkened down here as well. Boy, you know, Tavern Keeper, that is, I think that's the 3rd person that I know. Well, the worst case one was not only did the movers destroy a bunch of furniture, but they essentially held it hostage for something like 4 days. Yeah, the people didn't even know where the heck they were. And they were only moving from Illinois to Tennessee. They weren't exactly moving to New Zealand. And it's like the movers were out of sight, out of mind. And they busted up a whole lot of furniture. They had to buy a bunch of new stuff. So yeah, that was a no bueno kind of move for them. They were not super thrilled with that. And guess what? They have to be doing that again because apparently Valfira, there's some let's see, was it rat snakes? It's almost a little bit like Australia. Not quite as many things they're trying to eat you as they are in Australia, but they ran into a lot of charismatic megafauna down there in Tennessee, and they're looking to get the heck out of there. Tavern Keeper, who knew that they also played 40K? They just probably figured, oh, if it says Games Workshop, then it's gonna be pricey. We can resell this for something on eBay. I'm just imagining the movers, breaking out the clippers and just like taking all the bits from one arm, from a starter box or something like that, and they know the stuff that's popular, and they know the other half of the starter box that nobody wants. So they leave behind, well, the Tomb Kings, and they take all the Bretonian stuff. Well, that is something I only ever, I think, played once in my entire lifetime. That is it. And that was years and years and years ago. Never played it since. It is kind of weird that sort of is the one that survived. I mean, it was kind of the first one, and all the other ones since have tried to dig into it, and I guess haven't really had that much success. See, Tavern Keeper, they knew exactly what they needed to go after. Also, too, they could be agents from GW, making sure that you have to rebuy stuff. Because there's that, too. Yeah, have you ever considered that GW goes around making sure that people, well, when they're not wiping out your army with new rules, here's looking at you, Far Harad, Canned, Near Harad, uh, Dunlendings. Wait, you don't want to be buying a brand new army? We can make that happen. We'll make that happen, no problem. Try and get a couple little. Nope, not there. I think we need to encourage a wee bit of shadow up here too. Where's that blending brush? Tavern Keeper. Speaking of which, we painted this one on stream last night. So a bit of a sneaky snake for the Tomb Kings there. Let me turn this baby around so we can get the object source lit side. So yeah, that was very fun. That was our stream last night. Now I've got 9 of the sneaky snakes printed out from, was it Highland Miniatures? Yeah, Highland Miniatures. And I'm going to be hitting those first in a, well, we already did a tutorial video of the basing process, but we're going to do another tutorial vid. And I'm going to try and do some primer painting on them. Also trying to do that with the airbrush, just to, because we've never filmed a Patreon airbrush video before. Wow, hey, Grand Oracle, it could actually, oh, gee whiz. Somebody needs to send me a reminder because I almost forgot. We should call it Airbrush Workshop. People will be shocked. They'll be like, "Wait, what?" I think I still, yeah, I know I still have my old Demon Hunter book and my old Witch Hunter book. That was really the last time I played 40K. That was 1 or 2 moons ago. Can't using that as a bit of a blending brush there. And we're going tracking this down. So I guess, oh, that was the other thing. I guess tomorrow is not going to be the release of War of the Rohirrim, like a whole bunch of people were saying. So we're, yeah, Grand Oracle. We'll just call it Airbrush Workshop. Fine. I wasn't originally going to use the bluish gray there, but we are going to grayify him up a little bit. That's a highly technical painting term that you can use. Now, the one thing that people are not factoring in here is that, all of the Hobbit stuff, well, that also was a movie tie-in. And since the movies didn't go over so well, neither did the game. And that's where MESBG really started that long spiral downwards. While we all hope that War of the Rohirrim is super great, I mean, I'm hoping that it's fantastic. There's no guarantee it might even be good and nobody likes it. I mean, that kind of sort of has happened with other movies, or maybe it's liked by other generations. I keep thinking of It's a Wonderful Life, which was a box office bomb, but now is hugely popular. So there is no guarantee. It's also an anime style, which does make it very tricksy when it comes to doing miniatures for the game. And well, that's going to even be more tricksy because then you're going to have the Hunt for Gollum movies. So now you're back into live action again. So that it's going to be an interesting thing for them to balance here. Not sure how that's going to play out. Okay, now we're starting to get some lights down here on Shadowfax's legs. Get a little bit more on his face here. Always got that blending brush around though. Blending brush again. There we go. So there's going to be 2 of those. Apparently 2025. I thought it was going to be 2026, but I guess 2025, and there's supposed to be 2 of them. And Viggo Mortensen will be playing Sauron. And Andy Serkis, I believe, is doing the directing on that. So it's, again, another thing. We'll see how that all plays out. Now here, that is basically some yellow right there. I'm going to start pushing that around. It's a very, very light, almost kind of a lemon yellow type color right there. So I do believe it's the same crew that did the original trilogy and such. We'll be doing the Hunt for Gollum movies. Different blending brush, different blending brush. This one. There. Now let's start getting some of this light over on his legs on this side because we just don't have any. We've been building up all the shadows nicely. That's good. Now it's time to start working in some of the light here. I'm going to use the bigger blending brush over here on the belly there. Also, this is not even the lightest color we can put here. This is not our lightest light, at least not in this area. We can still go lighter than this. And these are 3D printed from Davale. Oh yeah, recoil. I want to get the old classic metal version on a base. This one, all I had to do was just super glue them to this. That's why we ended up doing this one and instead of the metal one first. Only because I could at least just go, oh, here's a base, here's some super glue, stick him on there, he's done. I needed something that was super, super, super fast. And actually, I'm still trying to decide if we want to have him more as with a Minas Tirith type of basing, or do we want to actually give him something that could almost be more like, well, him showing up at Helm's Deep type basing? Yeah, this is still not the lightest light here. Look at that. We have a long way to go. We worked in a lot of nifty darks here, which is handy because now all I have to do is take this blending brush, which just went flying across the screen, and we'll just take that and blend it with the dark that we've already got there, or mid-tone, however you want to see it. More of our light up on top of his knee there. Blending brush to that. I need a bigger one. So I can see there's still that violet. Oh, that's my magnifier light, by the way, that's trying to make an appearance on camera. So again, that is how large everything appears to me instead of that size. And of course, it has a light on it, right, which is also adjustable. It has different color settings. It's got 5 different brightness settings, I think. No, not all the way up there. Let's not do that. Actually, I got to find out where the heck that compressor is. It's already kind of out of sight, out of mind, mostly because I was trying to organize a bunch of other stuff. I really kind of was focusing on trying to get some organization on the basing bits. Yeah, Grand Oracle, definitely what works in one certainly works on the other, doesn't it? Now we haven't done that over here either. Now this is going to have, that's actually got more of a reddish color in it. And this can definitely go a whole bunch lighter. Blending brush again. Letting that mix with our cooler shadow color there. Hey there, Megan. So Megan, yeah, I realize it's super late for you there. And again, I hope that you can have yourself a relatively chill holiday season, and I don't mean snow on Christmas, which would be nice, but things have been a little bit raucous during the last few holidays, so it'd be nice to just have kind of a chill regular one, wouldn't it? this up here. All the way down here to his leg. Same over here. Let's try and make this lighter. Grand Oracle, I think I sent you pictures of the... These were just some things, oh, was that on Temu or whatever, just pennies on the dower. I had originally gotten them for the different Lord of the Rings dice. It turned out they were just too small for that. But they turned out to be aces for all the basing stuff. Oh yeah, Grand Oracle, I think I've told you that it's been difficult printing out. I've not had any luck with storage, printing stuff that is storage units. It has not gone well, that's for sure. The curio stuff has been painful. The files are organized in a really weird way, makes them very hard to find out which ones you actually need and where the heck they are. And they don't go together very well either, that's unfortunate. And the other guys, the Omni ones, they never sent me all the files. All I have are the uprights. I have nothing, no crossbars, no nothing. And I've sent them multiple emails, got no answers back. So yeah, I think I'm kind of done with any storage things. I'll just buy those. And that way I can just use my printers for terrain, because we might be printing out a few bits of terrain. I think that's kind of the new decision is, yeah, that stuff is not for me. I think we'll be taking a pass. What we're not going to take a pass on is adding some white to this yellow here to make that even lighter. Yeah, Grand Org, I tried getting the rewards multiple times. And I think, well, it's supposed to come through my mini factory. But I believe all I ever got was just the uprights and nothing else. No flats, no crossbars, no nothing. Which is, it's really weird, right? And I think that was the Omni 3 Grand Oracle. Yeah, it was the Omni 3. Now, let me get some of this. We never really did anything on the sword here. Let's get something on the sword. Alright, that gotta go a little lighter on that edge. Poof, there we go. Where's there? Yeah, we haven't forgotten about other Gandalf. We have not forgotten. So yeah, I've messaged them a bunch of times saying, all I have are these files. I would really, it would be easier to print these cases if I actually had all the files for the cases, but still don't have those yet. Now, of course, it's a little bit different, Grand Oracle. Obviously, what we're trying to do here is not what the average person is doing. Right, they're the average person not trying to recreate every single environment of Middle-earth. So that would mean that the average person probably has a decent amount of time to dedicate to printing the storage stuff. Hey there, Cubit. How you doing? So Cubit, oh, this is Bilbo Bananigan's house right here. Yep. That's, look at that. See those bananas right there? Yep, that is Bilbo Bananigan's house. Not sure where he's hanging out right now. I'm sure he's up to some kind of mischief. He's out there setting banana peel mines. Ah, thanks, Cubit. It was, it's one of those things where you kind of picture it in your head, and you say, boy, oh boy, I really hope it looks like this. And sometimes it kind of looks sort of like this, but not quite what what you're thinking about. And then there's other times like that where it just goes, wow, that is pretty much exactly how I visualized that happening. Grand Oracle. Ooh, well, I'm glad that when your stuff arrived there, Grand Oracle, it all has been working right exactly the way you hoped since it finally did arrive. Also, too, if I had the other, even if it was the P1 or even the A1 or something like that, I would be using that to print out stuff like storage things. But given the fact that I'm still many many pieces behind just on the terrain printing, it's like, yeah, I better focus in on that. Now here I'm going to try and get some regular skin tone there also on this side of his face. Teensy bit lighter here. A little bit, but get some thinner into that. Some more of that weight on the hair, on his mustachio. Okay, that's not quite what we wanted for the eyes, but we got to get the darker stuff in there anyway. Which I think we're going to do that with the Van Dyke Brown here. Cubit Pro. Well, for the longest time, I was using the Sterlite cases. Actually, I did a blog, but I also did a tutorial video on those on the Patreon page. Yeah, but once those cases became available via Amazon, these really nice wooden cases, which I can also use as display cases at conventions. And I actually did a tutorial video on doing the adding the little lights to them. Those just became so insanely cheap. I thought, well, time is also money. And that was another thing that I just kept, oh, look, Black Friday, or look, they're suddenly way cheaper on Amazon. Get another one. Well, they're all filled. Every single one of those is completely filled. I think I have 6 of them now or something. Let me see now. Grand Oracle, I think you've seen the Conquest Creation stuff. Is that the open? I think that's the open lock system, as opposed to the Dragon Lock, because the open lock system, I mean, it's literally just, it almost looks like a pair of, like a fork on either side or something like that. I think the Dragon Lock system's got to be looking different than that. I got the one that's completely transparent. I think I've got 5 of the wooden ones, and then there's that really large one that it's kind of the plastic one that I got last year. It was actually a Black Friday deal. Yeah. It was actually a Black Friday deal. So again, I really like that violet that's down in there. The other nice thing, Cuba, is that these metal trays, well, I just pull those out, and I actually sometimes I just use those, like the extra ones. So I've got a couple of these that right now are just holding all of the large miniatures that we painted, like all the Felbeasts and the Balrog, which means there's probably 3 shelves that aren't actually being used. Since all my miniatures are basically magnetized, I can actually now just have some other ones that aren't even in a case. Carry those things around on the trays. So I'm saying it must be the open lock system, or yeah, that the Conquest Creations is using. It's gotta be. Yeah, now I'm maybe trying to get some of that light down here onto our base. Oh, believe it or not, speaking of dragon, this is an old Dragon Forge base. That's where this comes from. That's resin cast. It's not resin printed. It's a resin cast base from Dragon Forge. Wow. I don't even know if he's still around. If anybody knows, let me know. If hopefully, he's been able to make adaptations and such, and he's still around. So Qubit, what I liked about the Sterlite cases is that you can stack those almost like 12 high on top of each other. Literally the stack is taller than I am. Now you can't carry that around. Actually, if you put metal miniatures in there or anything heavy, you are not going to be carrying those cases around by the handles. But that's not really what they were there for, is to be carried around like that. They were really more for just kind of keeping things together here in the house. So Qubit at conventions, I had a 4-wheel cart where the wheels folded out almost like a Beast 17. These big old wheels that would fold out, and I also I taped the handles so that nobody could grab them by the handles. Because somebody wants to help you out or something like that. Oh, I'm just going to grab this case here, this stack of stack of the Sterlites. Next thing you know, the top rips right off and down goes all the miniatures. I think this is still, yeah, that's still maybe catching some of that light from the staff. Oh, we need to get a bit more of that light from the staff down here too. As I do believe I saw that. Well, I saw that happen to somebody. The person who actually gave me the idea of using those. I saw that particular incident happen, so I said, okay, we're just going to tape that top lid shut so that nobody can ever grab it and lift it up just by that very flimsy handle. Let's see if we can get the rest of his eye over here. I think we sort of did this one, kinda. No, let me get a little bit more of that almost flesh tone color. I know there's some chompers here. At least it's not like the GW, the Rohan, well, all the GW horses with all the tongue sticking out. They had quite the obsession with the tongue sticking out on those horses. Cubit, that is definitely... That's got to be something in somebody's nightmares forever. That's somebody who's probably carrying their miniatures around in like some kind of reinforced titanium case that's electrified so that nobody else can touch it. I need this here's my smaller blending brush. I suppose I should try and get a little bit of light here as well. Maybe the bigger blending brush for that. Yep, there we go. And I think spikes, alarm systems. And the funny thing is, it wouldn't be for theft, right, Cubit? It would just be so that nobody, well, sits on it, or grabs it, or does something. Can I get maybe a little bit more of the light there? Oh, let's not do this up where we're going to have our kind of bluish light. I wonder, does that hit the bottom of his arm here? It does sort of hit the bottom of his arm. I also try and darken this up a little bit here, so some more shadow. And just like what our light was showing, the oracle of the flashlight. Try and get a little bit more of the dark between these fingers. There. So let's see, 1 hour 52 minutes ago. Not just this one, but the other one, both of those figures. Well, they had no paint on them whatsoever. Where's their other? There's other Gandalf. And you can see, right, we're going to start building up the light in his robe there too. I think I've also, yeah, there's been stories of paint judges who, and they're kind of like well-known folks or whatever, and the person just wants to hand them the miniature and have them look at it as close as possible. And obviously that person is so concerned about dropping it that that's what they end up doing. The more worried you are about not doing something, the more you're almost guaranteeing that is going to happen. And I think I've heard 2 different stories of that. Again, somebody who is pretty well known or whatever, and they're going to do the paint judging thing. And the person hands them something, or it was after maybe a cunt or whatever, and they're just, please don't hand this to me, please don't hand this to me. Oh my gosh, they just handed it to me. And they ended up dropping it, the one thing they did not want to have happen. And I know I've seen some contests where obviously you're wearing the gloves, right? Because you're trying not to get any greasy fingerprints on there, which of course now, if you have somebody who is wearing these felt gloves or something like that, who's not used to wearing those type of gloves, they have less tactile sense, and now they're going to be walking around with very tiny miniatures. That also seems to be a potential for mishaps. I'm just throwing that out there. blend that a little bit more. Oh, we're going to get some more of the shadow here. Let me take some again, some of this blue. We actually have a little bit of the brown mixed in there too. Oh, and now we've got some shadow in the Shadowfax. We need some more of that over here too. Some more of that over here. So again, just because it's a Gandalf the White and Shadowfax, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden there's no shadow. Thank you so much, Heat Pursuit. Appreciate that. It's like, yeah, good luck with this guy. It's like, no, he hasn't been too much of a hassle. What are you talking about? He's been nothing but a hassle. It's like, no, he's been cool. What's the secret? Oh, I gave him all my pipe weed. Oh, that's one way to keep Shadowfax mellow. Thank you so much, Heat Pursuit. Now, pipeweed was mentioned. That usually means, oh, well, okay. He survives the pipeweed mention. Usually when that is mentioned, that's what you get. But wow, that's a... Maybe this is Schmanda. What was this? Instead of Shadowfax, this is Schmandofax. Oh no, wait a minute. Here's our other... Maybe this is Shadowfax's cousin or something like that, and he's more mellow. Yeah, he's like a more mellow hipster version of a Shadowfax or something. Oh gosh, Qubit. I remember having years ago. It was something called a film recorder, and you had to go to a completely darkened room. I mean, not like one of those rooms that the dark room with the red light and stuff. No, this is a completely darkened room. You had to wear not one but two pairs of those gloves on each hand, and then you had to take a piece of film, an 8.5 by 11 or 8 by 10 piece of film, and then put it on a drum that was going to spin at, I don't know, about something like a couple of hundred revolutions per minute, or several hundred revolutions per minute, something like that. Needless to say, there were times where you heard the sound of that piece of film flopping around inside this film recorder, which was, I don't know, about a $12,000 machine at the time. Yeah, you had zero tactile sense. And what could possibly go wrong? Just this, sheet of film flapping around wildly inside this machine. That you wouldn't know about until you heard the horrible flapping sound. So again, we gotta make sure we have our darks in here. Speaking of darks, we need some of those over on this side here. That's not black. That is just our Van Dyke brown with a little bit of our blue in it. Bit more of our shadow over there too. Get this down in here. Also, more shadow over here. I mean, that's there's going to be a source light there. It's got to be casting some shadow in there. Yeah, Cubit, it is one of the reasons why you don't see me, wearing gloves here, but also even on the videos, because I need to be able to have that tactile sense. And while I wouldn't mind having those for the recording process, it's just not possible. Let me see if I can stack a little bit more of the fast matte white here and a touch of the floral blue. Tiny touch of that. I think I can't actually do, yeah, I can do a little bit of that up here. So there we got, again, a little bit of a glowing whatever on Gandalf's staff here. His hand over here, we need to get some lights on that. And he's just grabbing Shadowfax's hair here, believe it or not. Yeah, there's no reins, there's no saddle, there's no stirrups. Take a quick little peek here. Okay, so that is in shadow there, which means if we're going to make anything lighter there, we need to go with also not the bluish color. We want that to be a warmer tone. Larger blending brush for that. I mean, if we wanted to get some fur texture there, we could paint that in too. We certainly did it on our Horses for a Candish Army. And we're going to throw this out here. More of a light on his legs there. Blending brush over there. Maybe we should get a little bit of light on this too. Blending brush. Blammo. That didn't take long. That did not take very long at all. So again, these are, both of these were 3D printed, again, from Davale. So this is our, I think, an even lighter white mixed with our yellow here. Yep, that's still getting lighter. Down over here on the leg there. A little touch on the tail here. We need a different color temperature than all of the blue. And I do like that violet that worked its way into that shadow there. I'm kind of almost tempted to do that over here too. Just a little bit. Blending brush again. Over here. Blending brush one more time there, because I wanted a little bit of mid-tone there. Didn't need that to be light or anything like that. Down by the hooves there, I think I still need to make that a little lighter. Hopefully this is mixing with some of those previous mid-tones that I put down on this. one more round of lighter, and you can see even there, I don't even need the blending brush. It's just all mixing on its own. Tad more of that much lighter warm color on his head on the mane. And then maybe we'll set this aside for a smidge while we get this caught up with that one. And as we did with the other one, we're going to get some of the not just lighter colors here, but also stuff that is, see, it's got a bit of this yellow in there. We already have the reddish brown in place, so that means we can just let that mix with it. Again, hashtag no layers. See that getting lighter and lighter. Because we don't want this to be Radagast the Brown. Which of these blending brushes are we going to use? This one, we'll use this one. And again, that immediately mixes with all of that kind of reddish brown color that's there. It means I don't really have to mix up a whole bunch of colors on the palette, do I? We like to call that the color storage device instead of a palette. The miniature, well, that's your real palette right here. Because, well, this is where a lot of our mixing is happening, right? So why wouldn't this be our palette instead? So that starts to make a difference already. Now here, I don't think much of any of that blue, well, more of it reaches back there than I thought. Maybe this little bit here, but everything else is going to be our lighter but warmer tone. In here with some, there we go, some of the, again, that reddish brown now. Some of that on this side of the face, which is not going to be influenced by the light. It's influenced by the shadow. Speaking of some shadow there, we'll let that mid-tone skin color mix there. Now this definitely has to be more of a skin tone there. That in there has got to get some more of our bluish light too. Where are we at here? So 2 hours, 8 minutes ago, both of these had no paint on them. So yeah, Cubit, since we already have a regular Gandalf there without the light on the staff, I thought, well, let's do this one with the light on it, just to make them be different. I'm gonna actually get some of my green also onto the sword blade there. Like that. Blending brush, where you at? And maybe we'll actually let that our fast matte white mix with this green here. We have a whole new color we can maybe start throwing out on our Gandalfs here. Still trying to break that down. there on our sword. Let's see what's no. We're gonna stroll back over here to that lighter. So it's got that little bit of the red in it. Not any of our bluish influence of that light. We have that in plenty of places up here on the top of them. And yes, we're still using the miniature holders from Battlecraft Supplies. I do think at one point here I might do a little bit of refill on the medicines because, well, we had that level 1 hype train early on, which meant I think we went through a little bit more of the medicine than we normally do for 2 hours of streaming. Right, Erin? How you doing? Well, Erin, I could see that definitely giving you that unique kind of hand cramp type thing. Trying to do all that for sure. Everybody, please give Erin Wave a follow. And again, Erin is going to be streaming Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, Megan, I do think you should refill that medicine. Actually, oh geez, I never even got to the store today. I was supposed to go there to see if there was any more of that pomegranate cherry 7-Up. Hopefully I can do that early enough tomorrow. So Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest links there of all of the fabulous dice towers and such, please go ahead. Nope. Let me get the Endancer in blue for this. Also on that side. Now more. Where's that floral blue? There it is. Recoil, I think it was pretty good. It's been so long since we last had, and it was before. It was 7-Up that did that kind of pomegranate, cherry, whatever. I liked it. I thought it was pretty nifty. So I certainly would not be opposed to having that, more of that. Again, I'm going to go to the store. Whatever they have there will probably be the last of it, since it's, I'm sure, a special kind of a holiday flavor. Especially since the label, whatever you want to call it, essentially is kind of a Christmas theme to it. No problem there, Ed. Well, I think your photography is really kind of geared around smaller things. I mean, just kind of like here, right? The photography, for the most part, has been for much smaller things, but now we're doing all this giant stuff, and that is something that I've been working on for months and months and months, trying to get a bigger, these larger photographer areas set up. Well, filming areas too, for all the armies, all the terrain. Well, sorry about that, Irid. Yeah, with all the, was it the atmospheric rivers and the bomb cyclones and all that stuff happening in the Pacific Northwest. So see you later, Cupid. I hope that you are going to have yourself a fantastic day tomorrow. And again, I'm not sure what we'll be doing tomorrow. It could be those other hobbit holes. It could be dwarven terrain. it could be painting that Arwen figure that I was talking about. Nice to see you there, Thranuel. Hopefully your Friday turned out to be a really good day. Can't now. I think try to get that a little bit lighter there on his robe here. I have been throwing in a bunch of shadows, I gotta say. We've definitely been adding some shadows to him. I don't know, is this the... I've got the yellowish stuff here. You can see how much lighter we can make that. So happy Saturday there, Thranuel. It is actually a happy Saturday for us now. And here's hoping it'll still be one more glorious college football Saturday. Yeah, Thranuel, we had ourselves some snow over here. I'm pretty sure that's all gone now. Get some more of my light all the way down here. Get our blending brush. And, oh, thanks, Megan. Look at that. Thranuel going to have a sub. Courtesy of Megan. Thanks, Megan. Appreciate that. Speaking of, we're going to have to refresh that in a little bit here, too, aren't we? One second here. There's one of these cords that's hooking on to me. This is back to our really, really light yellowish white color here. Super light. So appreciate that, Megan. Let me again try to lighten this up. Down here. You still have to get the floor. But we can say that 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, neither of these guys had any paint on them at all. Yeah, that's a little bit more than we got here, which was pretty much next to nothing, really. Now, Thranuel, was that kind of a higher elevations type of snow, or was that just a super massive snow there that everybody got hit with? So again, Megan, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. I don't think... you know what? It does get down there. Okay, so we switch gears here a teensy bit more towards that bluish. Go out a little bit more of the floral. Okay, there we go. There we are. Now we'll grab I'm actually just going to clean off this blending brush here. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of the brown in there. So then I need to do something that's much cooler here. So I'm going to take this, really get some of the stuff out of there. Now see we got that hard line there. That's all going away. No more hard edge there anymore. Thranuel, I wasn't sure if this is another another weekend where you have to do school and all the other stuff also, or is this going to be a rest up weekend for you? Gotta get that channel here. Gotta lighten up that edge all along here. Also then lighten that too. Whole idea is kind of light, a little bit of mid-tone, then light again, then more mid-tone, then light again. And again, Megan, if you wanted to share any of your stuff, you want to share the Kathy stuff or some of your very recent stuff that you've been doing. And those have definitely been looking really sensational, of course. So now again, we're going to be getting into something that's a little bit lighter over here on this side. Not going to be that bluish color because that's not really going to hit this. Right, so this is to be lighter, also warmer. So here I really rely on all of the different those LED lights that can be, you can change. You got the 3 different color tone settings, and then you also have between 3 and 5 brightness settings. Those are incredibly helpful. Yeah, that needs some more of our. Right there. First, I'm going to get the darker bluish gray in here. For some of our shadow there. Now we'll hit it with the lighter, again, that lighter bluish white. We need to get this. His sword's got to catch way more of the light glow from his glow stick. Talk about fighting the Balrog with a kitchen knife, or a kitchen utensil and a glow stick there. Certainly what it looks like. Let me kill that light there, because that didn't need to go there. I can still actually go lighter than this still. So Irid, now these are ones that I get from Amazon, and they're generally about $8 to $9 each. Now some of them are, you can clip them on. Those are the ones I've been getting lately, are like the clip-on versions, because then they can go on my camera booms and such. But then there's other ones that just literally sit on the desk and they have the flexible neck on them, so you can point the light anywhere that you need it. But the key thing is, yeah, those are only about somewhere between $8 to $10 tops. Yeah, not the $100 or even the $70. Those LED kind of square lights or whatever. These are just on Amazon. Very, very economical. Don't cost a bunch at all. I think I even got another. I think I've gotten 5 more of them from Temu. No, I got 3 more of them there, and then Amazon had them on sale again, so I got a couple of more from Amazon. Those just showed up. So yeah, Arid, that's what almost all of my lights are, just these little. Again, they're not terribly large. They're not going to throw out tons of light, but you and I, we're doing small stuff, and we almost don't want tons of light, and we want to be able to really direct it, really control it. Again, there's usually temperature settings on there and at least 5 brightness settings. Now here, of course, I have my brightness turned down. This is just what the camera controls. I'm going to turn that up a little bit lighter here. I mean, even my main magnifier light here that I use, even this is only about $40 on Amazon. That's it. yeah, not the super expensive stuff, that's for sure. Oh, how's about we get that out of the picture there? Now, obviously, you're gonna see that more on things where the camera boom is set way higher, like it is now. So we're trying to get some of the marble texture here on some of these. And I need to know yep, I'm gonna make these a little lighter. This has none of that marble texture on it. Now there's at least some. This one needs a little something on it here. Where's our Denethor? So we also have to get a little hint of some marble texture, even on our dark blue here. Tile pieces. This is actually the Roman themed texture roller from Green Stuff World. Basically, what I did was I made sure that none of the Roman stuff, none of the SPQR, whatever, is visible. And there's also the Roman eagle there. So I basically just make sure, again, you can't see either of those things. And I typically use this for anything that is Gondor related in terms of basing. Trying to soften that a little. Some of my Van Dyke brown for in between these tiles here, and then we'll probably maybe get a like one or two of our dried leaves on the base. You'd be amazed at just how much little extra bit of texture that adds. Let me lighten this up too, or darken this, sorry. Speaking of which, I'm going to have a little bit of shot right there, then take our blending brush to it. Like that. I'm looking at the sword. I might have to go darker on the underside, or do we have to go a little lighter? Well, first I'm going to do this. Then maybe we'll go with our, like this. Also need some of the glow from that light. Let me break this down a little more. This is that's the Gamlen Radiant Turquoise. I'm just going to keep going lighter as we advance towards our... Let me get some of this. Boom, there we are. Carry that further out this way, then get those two meshed together. Okay, there we are. Plus the edge of that. I think on the underside, I'm gonna hit that there. Down in here, do we need more shadow? No, we actually need a little bit of light. What about our bluish light? Does that get down in there? Not really. Not really. So we have to use our warmer light. That would mean probably this. Maybe some of the Mars Yellow Deep, a little bit of our Mars Red. Basically a Terra Rosa type color. Because we've certainly got the darks established in there. Now let's get just a touch of our light. So we're going to grab a cough drop here. Oh, no, no problem there, Megan. I know, again, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, so almost 2 there. So I know it's very late for you. Appreciate you being here. And hopefully, like I've been talking about, I can maybe try to, and when it gets to be January/February, try and do some earlier streams on a, say, Saturday. I don't know if they'll end up being our old-fashioned mega sessions that used to be 10-12 hours long. Now that's only if I can have basically food all set and ready to eat. Okay, so some of that blue does work its way down to here. But first, let me try. Let's get a little bit of a little bit of blue in the shadow down here first. Let's do that first. So we've kind of changed the. See that we changed the tone of the shadow just a little bit there. So boy, Megan, that is definitely your classic lake effect snow, where one area gets like a foot of snow, and you go a couple of miles and it's just a dusting, or maybe even nothing. Because typically lake effect snow doesn't really, around here anyway, doesn't really reach out to the suburbs. And even we're not all that super close to Lake Michigan. So now I can hit this. And you can see it's mixing. Again, it's mixing straight away there with all the stuff that's already here. This needs maybe a stronger shadow. Let me try to get some more light on it though, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, we can go more intense with our light. Also here. Hit a bit more of my light up on that shoulder. So here I'm going to try and create a little bit more of our bluish tone up here. So I got the floral blue. Okay, that's it. That was looking a little funky. It's like, wow in the world, that light is right on top of that. Why am I seeing a almost that really warm tone? I need something cooler, again, to show that cooler bluish white light shining on there. I think we got that around his hand now. Sword, his hands. Even some of that down here, I guess, on that part of his sleeve. Not just lighter, but also, again, some of that bluish-ish light there. Okay, there's his ear. that his beard? Okay, that's his beard. And maybe, I'm pretty sure here. We kind of light all on that his head. I'm just making sure. No, his one eyebrow here is still gonna catch some of the sword light. Also got to give him some eyes here. Guess we'll make that a little bit later too. And guess we'll try some of that over here. Touching our light here. Let's go back to our Shadowfax. A little bit more on his thumb. I guess that can sort of be lighter there on the, again, where the gemstone is on his staff. I thought this was as light as it could be. It is. Okay. Don't really need to do too much more on the cloak out here. I got a whole bunch of dark in there, but I am just going to try and get sneaking this little bit of light right there. Also, the same over here again. That is sitting right above this. That almost shows. Okay, that's his hair. Alright, that's not a fur-lined hood on his cloak. That's just his hair there. Kind of ends in a little bit of a weird spot. Nah, that's too much. We take some of it away. Again, it's almost like we have ourselves an eraser. See if I can find a bit more of my... And this is not the lightest light we can do. This is not straight up fast matte white. There is still some of our blue that's mixed in with this. And let me try and get a little something on his belt here. How's about we welcome in Spark Minis? Spark Minis, how you doing? So sorry, Spark Minis, I didn't get a chance to see if you were doing painting tonight or doing some video games. Everybody, please say hello to Spark Minis. And of course, Spark Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right ahead. Tonight, we got double Gandalf here. Gandalf on Shadowfax and Gandalf on foot. And we're doing a little bit of a glowy white stick for him right there. So how you doing there, Spark Minis? Yes, we have endless Gandalfs here. So this is one that we did a while back there. We gave him the elven cloak. Here we're going with the white cloak there. Our last stream had glowy stuff. This was last night. So there's a little bit of a sneaky snake with a rider and a little bit of torchlight. And of course we're still using the oil paints. That's fantastic. Now, Spark Minis, again, you want to share some of your miniature painting stuff? That would be super cool. I know you do lots of fun miniature painting too. This is something we've been painting on stream. 6 of these hobbit holes. And then the other day I filmed a video where we added all the flock and foliage. You can see we added some wood chips there to the lumberjack's house. Oh, and does have a full interior as well. And we did 6 of these guys. This house belongs to Bilbo Bananigans here, because it's got bananas. Also, another one of those glowy interiors as well. So again, this is a 3D printed from Miniatures Land, and well, couldn't resist doing those. Again, we did 6 of those. Actually, more on the way. And of course, that joined some of our other terrain that we've been painting on the stream. Like this is just one of 3 Corsair ships. There was the Elven ship we did a bunch of these Candish yurts, and of course some of our Easterling buildings that we painted on stream. And there will be more. There will be more, though, believe me, because we printed out a bunch more. So thank you so much, Spork Minis. Now, I was wondering if you've had a chance to recover, how long it takes you to recover from the birthday stream, which is, well, at least 24 hours, right? And again, everybody please give Spork Minis a follow if you could. That would be sensational. And all of this stuff, the terrain, the figures, all painted with traditional oil paints right out of the tube. I mean, this is one of the 4 brands that we use. We use Winsor Newton, Williamsburg, Gamblin. So there's again usually 4 different brands that we're using. Yeah, I was wondering, Spark Minis, because that's there's a lot going on that birthday stream. And then, well, of course, then you had the not the Las Vegas Open. You had out there in Washington. Gonna get some more of our. Now this is the Mars Yellow Deep. And what was? Oh, the Capital Palette. That was it. That was the contest. Now, actually, if you want to share any of that, Spark Minis, and hopefully you're. Now I guess you're going to be bringing your creature caster. You're doing a creature caster piece for Adepticon, right? Need a bit more of that, not just lighter color, but it's also a much warmer tone there. Because I know it's late for you now. It's well, it's basically 2 o'clock in the morning out, I think, for you right now. Same blending brush again. So thank you so much for the raid. And of course, painting that snake is part of our. Well, we've actually done a fair amount of Tomb King stuff here. Most of it from Titan Forge. Even one of these chariots here, also from Titan Forge. But we've also done a bunch of stuff from Highland Miniatures. And believe it or not, there's a whole lot more Tomb King stuff yet to come. Where's some of our? Here we go. Some of the Ushabti. Actually, did 8 of those, I think. Some are crocodiles. Oh, here's some of them that are Anubis. Spark Minis. I guess they're still not gonna do whatchamacallit, Shatterpoint stuff, huh? Because we have tons and tons of Shatterpoint figures painted, but I guess they're not going to be doing that. Thanks, Spark Minis. Yeah, we've also been working on Bretonians too. Where's our? Oh, here we are. We're gonna get more of these prepped too. I think this one is from Highland Miniatures. Yeah, that's from Highland Miniatures. And I think this one here is from Titan Forge. Now we added all kinds of little basing bits to that. We got the foxes and the bunnies and such. I think here we're also going to try and get some more of that warmer, at least mid-tone, if not almost highlight there. Blending brush. Again. But Landdress, that's not one of our blank canvas miniatures anymore. It can't just be whatever it wants to be. Yeah, that's the best thing about blank canvas miniatures, right, Landdress? Oh, that's right. You're taking a break from the giant city with complete underground. Hopefully, well, your storage stuff is printing out really good. So see you later, Spark Minis. Thanks again for the raid. Everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow if you could. That would be sensational. So again, Spark Minis, have yourself a fantastic Saturday. You find a little separation between the hair and the beard there. Oh, geez, for the 0.6. Going big. Go big or go home. Let's see what Bambi Cam is doing here. 1 second. Bambi Cam activated. It's printing out again that first piece. There's nothing terribly exciting here. It's a flat piece with Balin's tomb in the middle. And then there's 3, 6, 7. I think there's 8 pieces that go around it. Yeah. Either that or there's 1, 2, 3 with pieces around that. I'm thinking it's just the 8. And this one, how long is this one? This one's been about 5 or 6 hours. And this is a small piece. So if we're lucky, we can get 2 of them printed per day. It's going to take a while. Yeah, that's not going to be a quickie terrain piece. Because, well, it fills up not necessarily an entire 4x4, but it'll fill up a table pretty well. Let me actually get a little bit more of my brown here. We got a bunch of the blue there. Yeah, well, I'll do that. We're going to take our blending brush to it here. Push some of this brown over here. Okay. What about around his eyes? Can't tell if he also has the teeth on the upper portion that it's showing. I know they do on the bottom. Let me try and get those again. Some of our whites. It's some of the, not the Hansa yellow, but the Mars yellow deep. Josh trying to reach some of those teeth there. There we go. Now we've got it. Let me take a quick look with the flashlight, see if that... Okay, no, the blue doesn't actually reach down here too much. Blending brush again. Like that. Oh, and by the way, 2 hours and 50 minutes ago, neither of these had any paint on them at all. That's all happened in the last 2 hours and 50 minutes. Working with regular oil paints right out of the tube, which is really helpful, especially things like this where I've been able to do lots of different wet blending exercises with it. Now this lighter mid-tone or very light mid-tone, that's got more of the, again, that's got more of the red in there. Now let me go back to my reference real quick, 1 sec here. You know what? I'm gonna grab me some of this violet again over here. Because I think I would like that a little bit on the, yeah, a little bit more dark there, blending brush. Yeah. Now, what about more of the bluish gray? Some of these areas over here on Shadowfax. I don't think any more of this light is going to hit the... Maybe some of it gets down there, but I think we're pretty good there. Some of the bluish gray here. Blending brush to spread that out. There we go. You saw how I didn't have to do layer after layer after layer there. I just said pop this on there. All right. Take that blending brush. Done. Hashtag no layers. We'll make this even a little darker there. So I just throw a little bit of the darker color. We take this blending brush and then we just smooth it all out. Instead of one layer after another, or maybe a whole bunch of glazes or something like that, we don't need to be taking that much time. No, I think we want more of a Van Dyke brown in this shadow here. In that crevice there. Now blending brush again. So we're just going to drag that across his arm, right? Surface tension. How you doing there, surface tension? So surface tension, we did have our first snowfall of the season on Thursday. Wasn't a whole bunch. It was essentially a little bit of a dusting, not quite as much as they had in Cleveland, which was during that game. At least a couple inches of snow must have fell there. Surface tension, if you want to share your links in the chat, please go ahead. And looky here, we got another one of our sneaky snakes. There he is. That's one of those Titan Forge Giganto snakes. That is one big sneaky snake there. So when surface tension shares his link, there's a whole bunch of really nifty oil painted stuff there. Yeah, surface tension. I know you got the Spanish trip there. And oh yeah, the Alhambra, that's right. So everybody please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, there's all kinds of very nifty oil painted miniatures there to go check out. There. of course, surface tension. We have more terrain that we're printing out as we speak. Hey there, Kagome's Fury. How you doing? Everybody, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. Of course, Kago, if you want to share a link in the chat or anything like that, please go ahead. It's like, uh-oh. Look at that surface tension. That's a little bit low on the medicine there. That is a very sad sight. Now, I was probably going to have to go get some new medicine anyways. And of course, Kagome's Fury, if you want to share anything in the chat, like some of those things that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. I'm guessing Kagome's Fury, it's been really tough to work in streams with all the other stuff that you've had to do too. But everybody, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. I'm going to try and catch a little bit of light on the bottom of that sword. Now the blending brush here again to take some of the way. So now we got a little bit of reflection on that. Oh, that's good, Kago. Surface tension, believe it or not. Apparently this Shadowfax is very mellow. He's totally cool with Gandalf because Gandalf gives him his pipe weed. So yeah, he's like extra super chill. Shadowfax here. Oh, that's good, Kago. Yeah, Kagome's Fury, that's after a very, very long day work, then streaming for hours, that can be, that's a little bit of a grind there, isn't it? So yeah, who knew that there was different personalities to Shadowfax too? Actually, Prairie Dog, believe it or not, well, we painted a couple of special Christmas things. One of them, wasn't it last year that we painted Coniferous? The Christmas Ent? Yes, I think it was last Christmas. I don't know if it was Christmas Day, maybe it was a few days before that, but yeah, it was literally an Ent who is basically a pine tree, and I sculpted ornaments and lights on him. And that was Coniferous, the Christmas Ent. Thanks, Kagome's Fury. Appreciate that. Let me see where we are here. So 2 hours and 58 minutes ago, these were just, well, they looked pretty much like this. They were just some dark brown primer. That's what both of these here looked like. And of course, well, we have more of our Hobbit terrain to paint. We did 6 of these already. And now, as you can see, we did all of the flock and foliage on those. And oh, look, they also have very warm interiors too. So the palette cam over there is a very, very, very ancient IPVO camera. Just basically a document style camera. And for the main one here, using a Logitech C920, which is very handy because that allows us to do nifty things like this on the fly, where we can take away that color. So now there is no bluish color, there's no violets, there's no anything. We can even bring out that chest. So again, same deal, right? Once we bring back the color, you're going to see violets and browns, even a little hint of green and blue and some. Look at this. Now we're at 50%, and again, you can see that little bit of difference in the warm colors there versus the cooler colors over there. And of course, I can also change my brightness. And I can also zoom in, zoom out very quickly just with the click of a mouse, which very, very helpful, very handy. So Kagome Sphere again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, hopefully you get back to your Aegean Elves, surface tension. I actually have a bunch of elves from the last alliance that, well, we'll just keep it the same deal here. We're going to use this type of basing because I have a whole bunch more of the cork bark, and we'll do the same object source lighting on them. Getting a little bit more again of the warmer tone in some of these areas that are not going to be directly impacted by, say, that. Might even throw a little bit of reflected something here on his cloak, which is also then reflecting onto that sword down there. And take this same warmer tone here. Try and get more of that on his leg. Blending brush. Where are you hiding? We'll just use this for now. Oh, Estelians. Sorry, surface tension. I'm getting those mixed up with the ones that from Highland Miniatures that I was actually thinking about trying to print up. So yeah, sorry about that. That was a little bit of transference there, surface tension. Yeah, those are the Highland Miniatures. Those that we still have to get printed out there. Oh, that must have been the brush that landed on the floor, which I'll maybe try and locate when I go replenish some of the medicine there. Fine, I'm going to let this get... Well, that's going to be a whole lot lighter then. Down there by his hooves. This one over here. Like so. A little more light on his hooves there. I think we're going to do our usual Gondorian style base where we just throw some leaves out here, some of the dried leaves. Well, that would be good. Surface tension. Surface tension. I've painted very few Warhammer High Elves. I mean, I guess you could say I've printed and painted a bunch of Lord of the Rings High Elves, but yeah, as far as Warhammer Fantasy goes, I might have painted one or two characters. That's it. I don't think I've even painted any of the Dragon Knights. Gonna try and get a little bit more of my light there on his shoulder. Now on his face here, we don't want to do too much down towards the end because his nose actually is a little bit darker. Let me actually see if I can get some of this bluish gray on his nose. It's also lighter. Blending brush again. I think I was going to surface tension. Remember, oh gosh, was it the Skull Pass or something like that, which was Skaven and Elves, or was that Orcs and High Elves? I don't remember what it was. It was too long ago. But I think it was Skaven and High Elves. Catching a little bit again. That's more of our grayish blue on his on the end of his nose there. Some of the bluish gray in the shadow over here. I know that's mostly an emphasis over on this side where we have that kind of bluish light there from the staff, and you can see what we did again here on Saruman with his staff. OG surface tension, that's right. I have to, that's the other video that I've got to start, is that one on the that series on the Eldar Grav tank there for our vehicles workshop. So now trying to get a little bit of the floral blue around our light here. Like so. All the way down there. Now let's grab our Gandalf on foot, do the same. And that's very much just a dry brush that we're doing there. Very much just a dry brush. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page where we just posted the latest tutorial video yesterday. And those hobbit holes that you've been seeing. Yep, the video that I posted was showing how all of the flock and foliage and adding the static grass to the roof, all that stuff, shows how that was done. I think, yeah, that's not the beat up one. Let me keep going here to, that's more of our light. That's also on the warmer side of the spectrum there. Let me get back to some of this. Yeah, it's got a little bit of our reddish brown. We'll just use that as a blending brush and soften all that out. Kagoma's Fury with the oils, fortunately, I don't, it's so rugged, I don't have to worry about sealing anything, not even the terrain. Now, sometimes if you're using, especially say phthalo green or really, was it, oh, the Severus blue, that is just shiny. And even after it dries on the shiny side. When that happens, we got this right here. It's actually the only army painter paint that I use. It's anti-shine. The nifty thing about this Kagome's Fury is that you just brush this on, which means temperature control, right? Doesn't matter if it's hot or humid or cold or whatever. That way you can add that stuff in any weather, no matter what's going on. But yeah, the oils are so rugged that there is no need to have to spend the extra time doing that. And that's even, again, on the terrain pieces, especially on the terrain pieces, because the PLA filament really absorbs the oils very nicely. Oh yeah, the elf bust. I remember that one, Kagome's Fury. But yeah, that's the nice thing. You don't, since you're not going to be subjected to cold, warm, whatever. Now, I guess if your air conditioning is not working in the summer, or if your heat's not working in the winter, that could be a different story. But in general, it means you don't have to worry about climatary conditions to be able to do your, well, the anti-shine stuff. It's really spectacular, Kagome's Fury, because it just gets completely absorbed. So all those hobbit holes within 24 hours, I mean, I could just handle them, do whatever I wanted, because again, it dries so quickly. Because and the other thing is, it's much easier to hide some of the layer lines because you can the oils just apply so thinly compared to the acrylics. I mean, we've done tons and tons of terrain here. We did the Candish yurts. You can see how it's really filling in those layer lines on the roof, and there was a bunch of them. Same thing with our ships, the Elven ship, our Corsair ships, and then these Easterling buildings. Same deal. It really, really fills that in because again, you can when you do a pin line wash, it just gets absorbed. Yeah, Kagoma's Fear. Now, the one thing you don't want to do is mess around with Bilbo Stabbins in his pumpkin patch. Yes, don't mess around with Bilbo Stabbins' pumpkins. That's also you got to be aware for Bilbo Bananigans, of course. And that this is actually his house right here. Yeah, see that right there? Yeah, that's a Bilbo Bananigans house. We also have Gallagher. That's another mischievous hobbit. Once per game, he can smash that pumpkin. And when he does that, everything friend or foe around him is immobilized because they've got pumpkin stuff in their eyes. We also have Half Pint, who is immune to all things normally terror causing because, well, he found out that it comes in pints. It's the lower east side of Hobbiton there, surface tension, so yeah, it's a bit rougher there. Now the lower east side of Shiretown gets a little bit rough. You don't want to be wandering around there late at night. That's not a good place to be. You know what? I like the idea of also getting a little bit of our light down here. Yep, we kind of did that on him. More emphasis, of course, on the warmer colors here, since we have the cooler colors right up there. See if we can get some darker stuff for his eyes, maybe. Again, the Van Dyke Brown here. Nope, nope, nope. Too much paint on there. There's one. There's the other. That edge went a little for whatever. Okay, we probably went with some lighter colors on that or something. So both of these are 3D printed from Davale Games. A lot of our Lord of the Rings stuff is from Davale, of course. See if we can darken this down a bit. Now, again, what I might do is I'm just going to go refresh the medicine there because we are fresh out of it there. So don't go away. We shall be right back here. And we'll continue to add some of our lights there. Still might do some texture also on the ropes. So again, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. We are back with medicine and ready to go here. We need reflected light on the sword here. First, though, let me get. That's our. Nope. Now we got some blue on there. We got some of our darker blue. It's got to go into that channel there. I think I might even do this floral blue. Teensy bit of a Prussian blue here. And we'll do this. Just, yeah, on the end of the sword blade. Let me maybe do a little bit more. Bang, there we are. There you go. So surface tension, there's another big college football Saturday coming up. Actually, one of the most important games is only, well, I think it's only about not even 10 hours from now. Yeah, I think it's only 9.5 hours. We have a suspicion of how that game is going to end up, but one can hope that it's at least going to be an interesting game, if not the kind of the final result we're hoping for, which is total chaos. More chaos, more better. Yeah, we're going to insert a little bit more of this blue in here. Now here on his face, I think we need to get more of his regular skin color there, I think. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see ya. I'm sure that some yummy bakery goods have been achieved, Doji. Ah, there we go, yeah. Some yummy bakery goods. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff in the chat there, please do that. And everybody, when that happens, please go check that out. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures. And Doji, well, I think you saw those, the stuff that was sent to me that we have to, we're going to be doing I think this Sunday we'll do a color theory and oils video with those. And it's going to be, I'm not even sure we'll really be painting a miniature. It kind of depends also to what some of the colors are, what they reveal. But we're going to be doing a heck of a different type of color chart. It's not going to be these type here, where it's one color with 5 lights. We're just going to be doing the titanium white. If we can fit 5 of these, I think there's maybe 12 colors or something. And then, of course, we want to try and do some staining tests and see what happens there too. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So Doji, yeah, I'm gonna. Who knows? Maybe we mess around with that Puro orange. Remember, I want to do that video with those with the dwarves or something. Of course, we. I forget what some of the other colors were. I don't think there's an indigo. There is a Mars black in there. I'm gonna go out on a limb, Doji, and say there's probably no cobalt teal bluish. Although we can make sad puppy dog eyes at them and say, please make cobalt teal bluish. And maybe we guilt them so much that they'll make cobalt teal bluish for us. Now on this, his sleeves over here, let me go back to that super light yellow again. And that's a little bit of the hints. Oh, they have two different Hansa yellows of all things. Doji, yeah, two different ones. I think there's Hansa yellow light and Hansa yellow medium. Yes, if everything in the world was just cobalt teal bluish doji, oh, and also pearline crimson, everything would be better. Everything, there would just be rainbows everywhere with no rain. Yes, rainless rainbows, all kinds of really spectacular stuff would happen. Now, this over here again, now that is kind of in shadow from this thing. That's why we're not necessarily making this too light. However, we can't just have it be quite so dark. So this, we're just going to introduce a little bit of that yellowish color into here now. And you can see it's all mixing. Even some of our original, again, we did the darker primer on these, so there's no pre-glaze. Let's get back to our Shadowfax. Let me see what we can do down on the base here. That's got a little bit of the Van Dyke brown in it and some of our white. And the idea is we're just going to try and get rid of some of the texture here. This is an old resin cast base. I didn't use any Sculpey on it. There's no 3D printed bits. This is very old school here. Yeah, I don't know if Dragon Forge Designs is still around, or if they now are also doing STL files. That I just don't know. Try and lighten up the top of this little column drum here. Now darken this down so that it's going to stand out from our Shadowfax there. More of our direct this away, because those cracks got a little bit lost there. We want to restore those. Touch more there. Actually, Thranio was saying that they got 4 feet of snow around him. We had that little bit of a dusting yesterday. I wasn't sure if you have experienced any snow there. At least today. Taking the blending brush to this. There. Hey there, Bitron. So great to see you there, Bitron. Let's see, well, I'm thinking none of those atmospheric rivers are reaching you, but I guess it's going to be some pretty frosty temperatures there pretty soon. So great to see you again there, Bitron. Now, I don't know if we're talking record, right, because that's still several days away. Let's lighten that up a little bit up there. Yeah, Bitron, I was wondering about that. Again, just with what max velocity was showing in the Calgary region there. I think you had a cold blast there last year, once if I remember right. And again, we'll see if that plays out in early December. Again, just trying to get a little bit of shadow there, especially underneath Shadowfax. This is where we're probably going to be getting some of the greenery here in between some of these stones here. Got some of the ice blue again. No. Let's go with this. Let's go with that radiant green. Has about a bit more of it. That's more like it. Yeah, so Bithron still trying to see what more fallout is going to be happening with MESPG and all of those changes. I know there's folks that can say, oh yeah, well you can still play him. Well, or they'll bring him back, which then makes you think of the Tomb Kings, which, well, that took 10 years, and they certainly were not better than they were before, no doubt about that. So yeah, don't really have a whole lot of faith there, which again, it's a good thing that we are doing our own MESPG. Yeah, using the War of the Ring board game as essentially a strategic AI generator. Again, now some of those battles are going to be uneven points, but there's going to be some off-board machinations that are going on that are going to influence those battles. Okay, so I was just trying to change that. See, it's got a little bit more of the bluishness, blue-gray, take it away from all the warm stuff, right, that we have going on there with our Shadowfax. I'm looking at his skin tone there. Is this I think this is the right one that we should be using here. I'm going to try and go a little warmer on his skin tone, which means I might even use the pure orange. It's been I think only one time we really tried using the pure orange as kind of a skin tone type color. And that's just going to happen right along here again, where the source lighting is not going to influence that. Part of his ear. That down over here, and now some of our green here, and maybe some of the shadow areas on his head. See, so 3.5 hours ago, both of our Gandalfs here had no paint on them. They were just a dark brown primer, like our little hobbit over there. Some of that darker green going to go into some of these shadows here. Now, Bithron, I don't know if there's been any sort of hobby stuff, painting-wise, or even just building-wise, or terrain, that's kind of captured your fancy a little bit to kind of get the hobby mojo back. You get a little bit of that on his hair right there. Glad that you've been able to maybe get a game or maybe even two in there, Vitron. Needless to say, we haven't been able to do any of that here. Lighten this up, or darken this down here. I'm gonna get me some more of my fast matte white out here. Get some of the Camlin fast matte white, some parts of Shadowfax here, maybe on the non-object sourcelet side. Well, that's good there, Bithron. So, got your Saurian Warhost, I think. I always forget the second part of it. Hopefully it was fun though. Breaking down some of this white here. Sorry about that, Bithron. Hopefully it was just kind of a dice thing, and it wasn't that, oh geez, well, okay, to make this thing competitive or whatever, I gotta add this or add these or something. I'm gonna actually turn this down because now we're adding some more of that lighter white there. Oh, Star Hose, that's it. Of course, just seeing that and saying that, now all of a sudden I want Hostess cupcakes or something. Well, Doji got it started by the bakery run, so that was already kind of on the brain there. Baked goods. I guess if it's going to be Hostess cupcakes or something like that, that's going to be well preserved baked goods. I guess I know there was. I think you were one of the concerns with them was the lack of long range weaponry, right, Bitron? Nope, there is a big blob of paint on the end of that brush. We're going to get rid of that. And I don't think we really have enough of that lighter color on the side of his head here. Let's get that, yeah, a little bit lighter here. Maybe even up here around his eye. Oh, yeah. See you later there. Surface tension. Hopefully the gray is not as gray. But we don't want you to have one of those sun experiences. Those are worse than an eclipse, right? I'll see you later there, Kagome's Fury. Thanks for being here again. Everybody, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. And have a blast on your next stream there, Kagome's Fury. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. Try and get this underneath the eye here. Surface tension, it's the overpowering gray. So have a good one there, Kagome's Fury. So this is about as straight up fast matte white as we can get here now. Again on Shadowfax. So good night there, Kagome's Fury. Fine, I'll try and find me a little bit more light on around by the shoulder here. Blending brush. Take that and spread it around. That lightens up the whole area there. I guess we could put some cracks on not just the drum here for the column, but we could put some on the edge of these floor stones, blocks, whatever. Any touch of, yeah, let's get a little bit touch of light on the edges of these. Here, blending brush again. It takes some of that away. Not all of it. I'm gonna also get some light here, right along the, right by the hooves there, and this maybe later over here. This over here, what do we have going on there? That is a little, maybe that's just too dark. Okay, so we're gonna take away some of that. Now I'll try this to, again, under the underside of the eye here. Took some of the paint off of that. Actually, a bit around. You would have liked the little skit. Apparently, this Shadowfax is much more mellow than other Shadowfax because Gandalf gives him his pipe weed, so that keeps him very mellow. Yeah, we only learned that on this stream. So see you later there, Doji. Have a good one. Can we go any lighter up there? Sure, I guess we can. Right up along there. I think we can still go a little bit lighter up here on his hair. Right along that line. So yeah, Bithron, other Gandalf came along and he's like, oh boy, this is not going to end well for you. And this Gandalf said, no, it's all good. It's all cool, man. He's mellow as can be. Because who would have thought? Just give him some pipe weed, chill him out. Just gonna grab me a cough drop real quick here. 1 second. There we go. On the end of the staff here. Touch more of our light there and there. Just wanted to get some of that on the fingers. Now, where does this where does this end? I think what we're gonna do is, nope, that is gonna be too light. We also need to get some skin tone on that. And now we'll go even further to the dark with some of our brown. No, it's good that blue. Well, we still have some of the brown on that brush. I think that's gonna work okay there, yeah. Yeah, he's one chilled out Mega Horse, that's for sure. He's very calm, not jittery at all. Oh, this is another place here where we can take this. Yeah, because all of a sudden I'm looking at that like there's a sharp edge right there. I don't think we want that. This over here, I do seem to remember our flashlight saying that this should also be a little lighter. And what about down in here? Speaking of the flashlight here, let's grab that. What I might do is take some of this, put that over here. No, that's going to be way too late. That's going to try and find somewhere in between here. Because again, that's coming down here. That's why we're trying to make that more of a, less of the brown, more of the bluish color. That is our light. Same down here. And again, that's all kind of mixing together very subtly. Not super obvious. I'm going to try and separate some of these here. So let me grab the brown. Some of them are yellow deep. And separate these. So yeah, this is 3D printed from Davale Games. So is that one right there. And now he'll join our Saruman on foot and mounted, also from Davale. That, you know what, no, I like the fact we've got that yellow there and some of the cool gray right over here. Also, some shadow over here. I think we already got a decent amount of shadow down there. So trying to have multiple layers of this color. You can see what's kind of alternating, right? You got some of the cooler grays and some of the warmer tan, brown type stuff going on there. Front of his little boot there. Oh, and this definitely should be probably much darker. Also going to refine that edge a little bit. Now, 3 hours and 47 minutes ago, both of these figures were completely devoid of paint. That's how we roll here. Don't blink, it happens quick. Which I was reminded that I was hoping to try and make the gingerbread-eress. I think I have to go start looking. I think I have to get me some more flour and some more sugar and stuff just to make sure that we can do that. Also have to make some more cranberry sauce. I'm gonna let me look at Shadowfax here. I'm gonna maybe go a little bit. There's a lot of the darker gray on his face there. Let me get over to this side here and see. Yeah, there's some darks I can put down in here. See if we can make this happen right along here. get the tiniest bit of separate mount out there. His head's going to be in the way. Can't make that too warm with the darks because, or even that dark necessarily, because that staff casting light down on here. I did want to make some cracks on these stones. We'll take our Mars Black for that. We're just going to draw them on. Now they'll match what's going on with that drum over there. Another crack going that way. I don't want the floor to rival either Gandalf or Shadowfax as far as the light there. Let's see if I can work this Van Dyke Brown up into the hooves between the hairs there. Oh, you know what we never did do is get his hoof there. Now, don't want to do a horseshoe because I'm pretty sure he's not wearing horseshoes. He's just going barefoot. So that I worked out. This one over here, still trying to make this one work. No, that's going to be too much of the dark. We'll come back the other way, cut some of that out of here. Taking our white, getting rid of some of that extra thinner though. Right along the top of his eye there. Okay, added a little touch of light there for that kind of highlight on his eye. This is super close to where our source lighting is, so let's see if we can't get even more light here on his arm. We've added a bunch of darks. No, I'm not going to mess with that. Okay, where's that flashlight? Here it is. Well, that light pretty much comes right down on top of his head. That light source right there. Find a little bit more light along the top edge of this one, because once we went back in there and sort of softened that edge, get rid of this. What about the tail back here? I've done a whole bunch on that. Bit more of our light along the front of this. His shoulder there. What about his face here? The other thing that the horses have on their face, they tend to have those really heavy veins, right? Because it's mostly, there's not a, a ton of muscle there. You have a lot of the kind of the bones and cartilage for the jaw and such. Another area where we might need to add some of the blue. As that shines, no, it really hits more here. It doesn't really hit over there. back to our Gandalf on foot here. No, let's darken that down a little. Nope, back to more of the brownish tone there. Blending brush again. Also over there. I'm gonna try and go a little. Now get me the paint out of this brush here. Breaking this down. Again, that's our Gambling Fast Matte White. There we go. Now we're talking. Later, now we gotta get a blending brush of some kind. Maybe I'll just use this one here. Take that and just kind of tap, tap, tap away at it. This sleeve over here, boy, it's awful dark here towards the bottom. Also make sure that's a little bit on the warmer side, not just lighter side. That same blending brush. That's already got some paint on it. Oh, also too, when it comes to the thinner, right, we're using the high quality odorless thinner here. That's the Mona Lisa Speedball stuff. Speedball is kind of your main brand. Cheapest place to get that actually is Hobby Lobby. And then of course we have the brush cleaner. We're not using the thinner to clean the brushes. We use the thinner to thin the paint. Oh, look at that. It works for dried acrylic. Also oils, not hazardous. Also no vapors either. Just throwing that out there. It's not super expensive. I know people, they kind of just think that the oils involve all kinds of weird fragrances and smells and everything else, and that doesn't really have to be the case. And the quality of the paint that you use, well, that is going to matter. Because we're kind of doing some very specialized things with the paint. You're doing these miniatures, right? Because, well, they're pretty small. Even the terrain pieces are, with a very different concept of what we're trying to do with those, getting the layer lines filled in and such. Oh, by the way, we're also using those fabulous Battlecraft Supplies miniature holders. Never did have a chance to get that. You know what? Let me see this. Speaking of the Battlecraft Supplies handles here, I just turned that. Nope, that didn't quite go the way we wanted. Let's see if I can add that lighter side to it. And then we'll have to come back with our dark again, I think. Unless, how does it look off camera? Okay, I think that's going to work there off camera. How much light do I want to get on the end here? Got to get something on the underside here. We have plenty of the dark there. We have no reflected light on the bottom. Might even try to lighten this up a little bit down here. Down by his feet there. Now, you know what we never really did do? Let me just do some darker glaze type stuff on the space. It wasn't until I rotated around I went, oh yeah, we never really did anything there. Mostly Van Dyke Brown should do it. Maybe a touch of the Mars Black too. Just to darken this down a bit more. Typical Scopy uh, with the texture basically rolled into it with the green stuff roll texture rollers. I did use some different. It wasn't a homemade texture paste. I used what was that little tiny bit left of the Vallejo stuff because I just didn't have time to make a batch of my own. I'm just looking at it. That's what I recognized was the color of that Vallejo texture paste. I think that's completely hidden. Oh, and that's bulletin board cork. That is not your typical heavy or kind of thicker. It's not physically thicker. Actually, the bulletin board cork is physically thicker, but it's a little bit lighter. You can break it, and it looks much more like rock texture. I actually took a razor saw to this and cut it at a tiny bit of an angle. So he's actually kind of almost going uphill a little bit, which is, of course, way more interesting than him just standing on a flat base, which is, again, what most folks are going to be doing. Sometimes that tiny bit of an angle change can make a pose look a lot more interesting than it otherwise would. Or make somebody look like a much more imposing hero. Now on these tiles out here, I'm going to try and get some of this essentially burnt umber here. So we also got to get a little weathering out here. That was another lesson learned the hard way is we can't just paint these like they've been, went to a Home Depot, grabbed a bunch of tiles, smashed some of them with a hammer, and then just laid them down, and they're nice and fresh. It's that blending brush here. So we're trying to almost get a little bit of some stains or whatever on the. So especially where his one boot is kind of going over the top of that stone. I think that gets a little darker. So it's actually a little bit of a platform that his foot is actually kind of standing on there. Again, that's just part of the basing bit there. Now that went a little wonky. Just use that as another blending brush there. So now we've reached a 4-hour mark. And again, 4 hours ago, both of our Gandalfs and our Shadowfax, paint-free objects, right? No paint on them whatsoever. I did add a little bit more of my light. I'm going to try to go a little further with that down in here. Let me grab some of this. Put that down in here. Of course, the blending brush, I would probably use that one just, again, fell out of my hand onto the floor. Okay, yeah, now that looks like the undulations really stand out. Get this stuff out of the brush. Go back to maybe it's the lightest of lights here. And I had to avoid making the bottom of that cloak the lightest part of him. We really need those shadows there. This also needs to catch some more light right up here, say. Push that down. Okay, and on his head. I guess I can't make that maybe a little bit lighter. Minus that piece of fuzz on the brush. Let's get rid of that. I don't think I was gonna do some more stuff with the eyes, but maybe we should just leave that alone. Oftentimes, the mortal enemy of good is better. The enemy of completion, of course, is perfection. They are mortal enemies to each other. I think I've... Yeah, we got that dark all the way down. Hit this with a little bit of our dark there. Blending brush. Get that kind of light, then some dark. We have to maybe get some more reflected light on the underside of that sleeve, I think. See if we can make that happen. That's going to be too light. Also, it needs to be on the warmer side, so let's get... There it is. Some of the Mars yellow deep into that. Bit more, again, that's just a hint of that Mars yellow deep in the sleeve. Again, that bit of tiny bit of contrast there really does help. Somehow we got a little dot of something over here on our really light stuff. Can't really do too much more down there. That's down by the ground. Oh geez, Megan, I thought maybe you might have just kind of fallen asleep, just accidentally, right, on purpose. Hopefully you can now just fall asleep on purpose. So thanks, Megan, for being here. As always, great to see you. And well, here's hoping you can have a good morning sleep, because it may not be too much of a night sleep, but hopefully some morning sleep there. And well, I'll try and catch you later today there, Megan. Have a good one. Yeah, I thought for sure that maybe you'd already kind of just drifted off to sleep. Maybe the phone on your head, but the cat's crawling on top of that too. Cat's going onto your phone, ordering a bunch of Amazon stuff. Because it's a cat would never do something like that. They're not mischievous or anything like that in that way. Get rid of this. Just gonna go back to this brush here, try and... I don't want to emphasize too much of the rocks and the broken up stuff here. And hopefully you can get some painting done there too, Megan. Do some more of this. A little bit more light up there. And yeah, again, that's just their bulletin board cork. Do I have a little chunk of it over here somewhere? No, I did. I think I took those all downstairs to make, well, ironically enough, this base. Ooh, you know what? Let me take our not blackest black. Get that on the, speaking of the base here. I have my water sitting over there because that is going to make a difference here. I want to see just how light or dark is my color along my base here. So maybe a little bit of the water here. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sitting there making that lighter and lighter. I don't need to make that any lighter. This is telling me, oh yeah, look at, that's already reasonably light. So, and again, the blackest black, that'll go on top of this. But the blackest black, it's not the sturdiest of colors. It's best to put maybe some primer down, black primer down first, then this, and then the blackest black. Again, a little bit more of the water here. Yep, and even this thing gets a whole bunch lighter. That is some of our hot glue fuzz, I think, floating around here. Darken this a little more. Now I'll do the same thing on our other Gandalf base. Not quite as important as this though. Boy, that really does make a difference. I don't really know how much lighter I want to go on the just the soil part, especially since that's mostly going to be covered up by, well, our soil mix. Same material that we used on, say, our farm fields of our hobbit holes. Push that over to the side here. Last little bit of it here. Get back to, we're not a whole lot of that left, that's for sure. This is from golden, from golden acrylics. This, again, not the blackest black, because it still has, compared to the other Stuart Semple stuff, it actually does have just the tiniest bit of a shine. And that's all it takes. Here's the Stuart Semple. Now this is the black 3.0. Apparently there's black 4.0 now. But that one container costs, oh, that's about 20. Well, now maybe it's even more. Might be more like 27, might be even 30 now. So we've added that there now. You can see we got some of almost like some staining here along the edge of the base. I might try to do a teensy bit more of that out here. This is almost a dry brush. I couldn't have done that a few hours ago. Not at all. With the oil paints, we like to call it almost like bread in the proving drawer, where you just let it set there and it cures a little bit. It's not really dry, but it's not that kind of freshly applied paint either. Let me do another. We did the cracks over there. I'm going to try and do some of them down over here on this stone. Here. guess we'll try. Yeah, let's get a little bit of our dark interspersed there, and now again more of a crack over here. Maybe some Van Dyke Brown in this for almost a teensy bit of a glaze that works its way down into there. Maybe, you know what, the bottom of his shoe probably shouldn't be quite that dark. We need to get a little something on there. Just a mid-tone, like a tannish mid-tone, and that's very simple. Blending brush here. Like that. You know what, I think I might throw a little more, teensy more reflected light. I don't know how much we really want to do with that, but I want to get some here. Gandalf's face. I want to remember what I wanted to do. I don't think we had a raid just as I was about to maybe do this this little bit of greenishness here. But also is going to have some of our flesh tone in it. That's going to create a little bit again of some kind of a grayishness, which we need in those shadow areas. Thank you so much, Anchovy-san. Appreciate that. This is going to lead to a very interesting meeting of the minds here. It's like, so you're saying that a little bit of pipeweed chills out the horse. It's like that the horse is right here and can hear you. It's like, dude, man, it's all good. It's all chill. Like, holy smokes, I'm getting a secondary high from myself. Thank you so much for that follow, Anchovy-san. Appreciate that. Pipeweed was mentioned yet again. What consequences will that mean for our? Wow, so far none at all. We've had 2 of those rolls and no negative effects. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Which is oh, this is our good one here. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit of the violet over here. That's our Doxazine violet. Little bit of opacity into that. Darkens that down nicely. Maybe darken that down a little more. I think we got this pretty well darkened down in there. Same thing with the end of the sword blade there. On his tail. Maybe I won't mess with that just yet. I'm actually going to take some of our bluish gray here. That's going to get so down into some of those crevices there. You can see we got the warm going here. Because again, I think that cool is going to reach it. We can always, again, use something like this. There are many different types of these lights. You can see here's another type. These usually call them balloon lights. The idea is you take it, turn it on here, Well, it shows you maybe where your source lighting's supposed to go. You could even take a picture of that, I guess, if you wanted to. Whoops, 1 second here. You know what, let me take some of my tan. That's going to be this. That's going to be that brown ochre. Then, we'll use this as a blending brush here. Because we can't have it just all be light. We do need to have some dark here, especially along the neck. Because again, this is too light. That's not really going to be shining very much up there, is it? I might even... Let me see what happens here. We got some of our floral blue, a little bit of the Prussian blue. This should be reasonably transparent. Also, we do have... Where's that manganese blue? Oh, here it is. We haven't really used this at all, I don't think. That's another super translucent one there. And this is actually, ironically enough, one of the fast matte colors. What I'm trying to do is see if I were to put some of that on that top of that gemstone. Here, does that help kind of infuse that with a little bit of source lighting or not? If it doesn't, that'll take about 2 seconds to paint over the top of that. Try that on this one now. See if it. Yeah, this is super translucent stuff here. We actually want that white or whatever to show underneath this. And it's all wet into wet too. Now, that's maybe not something that you would want to do straight out of the gate, you know, with your oil paints. Of course, you want to do those color charts. I still do those all the time. I'll be doing color charts on Sunday when we do that next color theory and oils video. They show you a ton of different things that can be super helpful. Of course, things like how does it handle? Well, we're just talking about shiny versus not shiny paint. Does it dry shiny? Or is it like most oils, it's shiny while you're working with it, and then after it dries, that goes away. I think I still need some more ambient light on that side of his hair. But maybe we can really get some of the yellow in there. Again, make it the opposite of our bluish tone. The part of his hair that's facing towards the that bluish light. So 4 hours, 23 minutes, and a level 1 hype train to go. Both of these guys had no paint on them at all. We started with the darker primer. We did the lighter dry brush stuff. And then we did something that's almost a bit, again, like a post-glaze, right? Not pre-glaze. So instead of putting down those darker colors, then wiping some of it away and coming back with a mid-tone dry brush type thing, we kind of invert that. We start out with that lighter dry brush and then get into the dark glazes over the top of that. couple more folds I think that I want to work into this. And then again, maybe a little hint of some, well, either texture. I know we did do the texture on our other Gandalf here, and you can see we got there much more of a kind of a greenish tone in the midtones. In the midtones, usually value 1 through 10, right? 8, 9, and 10 going to be your shadow colors. 1, 2, 3, those are going to be your highlights, late middle tones, whatever. Yeah, your highlights. Middle tones, that's going to be 4, 5, 6, and 7. And those middle tones really do kind of make or break a miniature painting. Because most of your colors, as far as their value, is going to fall into that mid-tone range, halfway between, or roughly halfway between light and dark. If everything's all shadow and all light, well, you're just basically going to have sort of like a pen and ink drawing or something like that. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but that's not really going to give you any sort of sense of realism. And that could be fun no matter how maybe fantastical the object is, whether it's, something like this here or something like this here. It can actually be really handy if there's a few parts of it that have something that your eye believes, well, yeah, that could be real there. That could exist. Same thing here with our snake that we did last night. Obviously, not too many of these floating around. However, we try to make things look, kind of ground them in a little bit of reality, and it makes something that is, again, a fantastical beast look just a little more believable, like it actually could exist. And that was from our stream last night. Yeah, you can check all of the highlights. They're all saved. It's sort of like a YouTube channel. There's no playlist, though, which means you'll have to kind of look around and just check out the thumbnails, because everything has a thumbnail. It also has a title. Gonna lighten this up just a bit more, not quite so dark there. Also, we do want this to be somewhat stained. I mean, it looks like it's been in the ground for a little while. Maybe I will take some of this, some of our Van Dyke brown. Just in case we don't want to put leaves absolutely everywhere. And lighten up this just a little touch down here. Might just do it now. I'll get back to this sort of brownish color here. Wait. 1 second. I'll get the paint off of that. Was a little too much on there. That's getting a little bit too much towards our rust color. We're going to move away from that. Just trying to tint some of this rubble or whatever in between some of the stones here. Not so much with the green. And wait a minute, all along the edge there. There, okay, and all on this edge. Didn't really do much over here. That'll get lighter, but again, we're trying to kick it away from that light gray. A little bit more towards the warm side of things. try to. Well, I don't think we'll be using the green stuff roll cut leaves, but we will be throwing some dried leaves on here. I think you can see a little example of that on this. Oh yeah, there we go. There's some of our leaves on there. Again, that's 3D printed from Highland Miniatures. That was part of one of our, I think it was maybe series 29 or something like that. I forget which series that was, but all about the non-metallic metals in oils. You see here. Don't want to put a horseshoe on Shadowfax. I didn't really have one. I think I might need to do a little bit more of my light on his sleeve there. Not sure how far down that's going to go, but we need to, again, do a little something. Right there. Bring that down onto his sleeve. A little something lighter over here. We have a decent amount. Oh, wait, here we go. Nope. That went all kinds of wonky there. So we'll take our blending brush to that, and we'll just take some of our dark to this over here. Blending brush again. Any brush can be a blending brush. Essentially a brush that doesn't have any paint in it. That's what you really want to be looking at there. Touch of dark. Blending brush. Again, thinking shadow here. Now on these fingers, we got to separate these. They're all just one giant finger hand. We need separate fingers here. Thank you so much, Accountant. Accountant Amy, please, everybody give Accountant Amy a follow. Thank you so much for that raid. And also Dr. Purrington. I guess Dr. Purrington might have an affinity for cats. Yeah, also, too, well, you do worship us, right? It's like, dude, this is our stream here. It's like, well, it's mine now, because, cat and all that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Accountant Amy and Dr. Purrington. If everybody could please give those folks a follow, that'd be spectacular. So, oh, and hi there, Sly. Nice to see you, too. And Endless Sunrise. Well, look at this. We got one, but two. Not one, just two Gandalfs, and we have a Shadowfax here. Of course, we have endless Gandalfs. So you sure you give the horse some pipe weed? It chills him out. He's like, dude, man, this guy is totally DOS. He's not like the other Shadowfax. It's like, so he doesn't like threaten you like every time he sees you. It's like, nope, not at all. I'm gonna have to get me some more of that pipe weed. Thank you so much for those follows. Appreciate that, Sly. That does mean we have to roll on our Gandalf 6 now. He did mention pipeweed. That's always, that's a little bit dangerous. Except tonight, or he comes up big with a Gandalf 6. So let's see, 4 hours, 33 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. They were, in fact, just this dark brown primer. Now we've, in our recent streams, here, let's zoom out a bit. It'll be easier for you to see if we zoom out a bit on these things. These hobbit holes, yes. We painted up 6 of these over the last couple of weeks, and they also, oh look, have a very toasty interior as well. And then we also added Things like the, again, a little bit of flock and foliage there. We also added the static grass on the roofs. Now this house belongs to Bilbo Bananigans here. See, that's Bilbo Bananigans' house. Again, this is just a 2 of 6. Also with a toasty interior. All of these painted with oil paints. Actually, last night's stream, a little something different. That was this. So this is from Titan Forge, also 3D printed. This is what, about a 5.5 hour stream, something like that. Yeah, maybe about a 5.5 hour stream, start to finish. Again, painted with the oil paints. So thank you so much, Sly. Appreciate that. Again, we do paint quite a bit of Lord of the Rings stuff here on the channel. And of course, well, here's some more of our stuff. So we've got all kinds of armies. I think we've got several 1,000-point armies. This was our Lothlorien army, where Galadriel takes the one true ring. And, well, Lothlorien's not quite the same. Where's Dark Queen Schmeladriel? There she is. Yeah, so Dark Queen Schmeladriel, she takes the one ring, and, well, Lothlorien changes a little bit. We go with some more of our fabulous Tomb Kings here, again, all painted with the oils. We're not doing those. We're also, well, look at this, more glowy things. More glowy thing. That's some Shatterpoint stuff. We painted a ton of these guys on stream because, glowy things and all. And again, painted with oils. Standard, right out of the tube. Here's the, as we now call them, the big four. Richardson, Windsor Newton, Galen. Those three, when it comes to quality and price, they're basically the same. Now, some have one color, another brand might not have that color. This, when it says handmade, that's a legit thing. It also means it's going to cost you more, but then you do kind of get what you pay for. Oh yeah, here's some more source lighting, a very fun magenta color right there. Again, this also painted with the oil paints. And of course, Accountant Amy, if you want to share any of the stuff that you're working on in the chat, and same thing there, Dr. Purrington, if you want to share something that you've been working on in the chat. I know you just finished your stream, so unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth, you're not going to have anything from tonight's stream, but you have any work in progress stuff, Discord things, Instagrams, you want to share those. Oh, thanks, Accountant Amy. Well, we joke a lot that this channel is, well, it's a cavalry channel, a Lord of the Rings channel, also a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's also a cuisine channel, a terrain channel, but it's also an object source lighting channel. I mean, sometimes we combine them all in the same thing. And here's, of course, we've been painting a lot of terrain lately. Here's one of 3 Corsair ships that we painted for our Corsairs of Umbar. Painting up the Candish yurts for our Candish horsies. And then, of course, plenty of Easterling buildings. And as Rottweiler says, as you can see right there, the Wappleville Sports Network, well, we cover all sports all around the world. And of course, at the Wappleville Sports Network, we report the news before it is news. I'm playing a little Baldur's Gate. Oh, and then ended with some Uno. Ah, that's fantastic, Amy. So again, everybody please give Accountant Amy a follow, and then of course also Dr. Purrington. That will be fabulous. Let me try and... Oh, and of course, it's kind of a tale of 2 wizards here. Right, he's just playing with one of his Rohan buddies there. They're just getting up to some hijinks. Eventually, of course, we will be getting back to some of our 2D art here, also painted with exactly the same oil paints. Whether it's terrain, 2D art, vehicles, does not matter. And of course, the glowy stuff is not necessarily restricted to fantasy figures, right? Also on some historicals. Oh, this is the other. Speaking of historicals, our Monday stream. This was our Monday stream right here. So this is one of Gandalf's surfboards right here. We've been painting a whole bunch of 1800 scale ships. Those have been super fun. Also painted with the same oils. So see you later there, Rottweiler. Have yourself a good one.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Lava 2 King. Appreciate that. Oh, wait. Yes, we do paint lava here too. There's some lava for you. So thank you so much, Lava 2 King. Appreciate that. You shall not. Oh my goodness. This is what must be like for Wapilius Spellbrush when he paints himself. I guess you have enough pipe weed, you start seeing yourself. Now, pipeweed mentioned yet again. What are we going to get on our big Gandalf 6? All right, that's a safe roll. Usually, that's what happens when pipeweed is mentioned. So thank you so much, Lava 2 King. Appreciate that. We actually are going to be doing a whole bunch more of those last Alliance elves with the lava bases. Of course, we've also been doing a fair amount of Bretonnian stuff here on the channel. Because horses and cavalry and all. It is a cavalry channel after all. Also an exercise channel. And we weren't joking about the cuisine channel. It is. Recipes are often discussed here on the channel. Now, thanks, Lava 2 King. Appreciate that. And of course, if you want to see some of those things that we were just showing there, the hobbit holes, the terrain, all that, every single session here is saved as a highlight, which means all you got to do is go back to the channel and just watch them kind of like you're watching a YouTube channel, except no commercials, which is always a plus. Actually getting a little bit of our radiant green down here on our stones, just to again get a little separation from Shadowfax here. Now I don't have a Discord account, Amy. Check out Wapelius on Instagram. That's where you can see all kinds of pictures of past painted things. So just go to Wapelius on Instagram. Yeah, don't. Eventually, maybe at one point we'll do the Discord thing. There's so much that I do on Insta, YouTube, and everything else that there just hasn't been time for the Discord stuff. So there you go. Armored Wolf was kind enough to post the link to the YouTube channel and the Instagram. So you can go check those out. So thanks, Accountant Amy. Appreciate that. And again, everybody please give Accountant Amy a follow. We'll be painting again tomorrow on our Saturday stream. Well, later today, I guess we should say. Now we'll either be painting, ironically enough, an Elrond and Arwen, or we'll be painting some more Hobbit holes. We've got one down here. Now this one's a little bit different. This one is from the Printing Goes Ever On. So we might be painting this. It's got quite the cozy interior as well. So yeah, we might be painting that on our stream tomorrow. Or who knows, maybe we get some more Hobbits as prepped. Thanks again, Accountant Amy, and appreciate that. Yeah, it's funny. Usually on Thursdays, that's when we have our kind of dual raids. That's usually Catmaster and Kaylee that come in with the double raid. Yeah, Accountant Amy, it's with the Instas posting, usually they're about every 3 days. Also, then you got the YouTube channel, and of course, well, we got the Patreon page, and I think Armored Wolf posted the link to that. That is where we're putting up about 20 hours of new videos every month. And then of course there's the streaming 4 days a week, typically Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So thanks again, Dr. Purrington. Appreciate that. And again, if you got something that you wants to share there, Discord, Insta, whatever, please go ahead and do that. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Trying to throw in a little bit more with our darks here. No problem there, Dr. Purrington. And but we love our freehand here too. Freehand is super super fun, and it kind of takes all different forms. It's also known as a freehand channel because freehand designs and all. And of course, where's some of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff here, which is and also Armada. Yeah, we paint these ships too. Since it is the holidays, we are about to begin these too. So when it's December, we're gonna. Oh, that's our New Year's Eve. Every New Year's Eve, we paint that on stream, of course. Eventually, here we'll get to our. Oh, there they are. There's our Starfall Outriders, Song of Ice and Fire. We'll be doing some more song stuff. Hey there, JD. How you doing? Great to see you again there, JD. Hope that you're having a good day. Yes, and of course Pluto is best planet. Hey there, Sarge. This is this might be the latest time I've seen you here, Sarge. Thanks so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Now, Sarge, is the vehicle stuff kind of squared away now, or at least I guess the path forward? And again, sorry about all that extra mayhem there, Sarge. I mean that's just what you didn't want, right? More mayhem. Thanks, Dr. Purrington. Yeah, well, it's 3:02 here. Also, for same thing for Sarge. So thanks, Purrington, for the rate. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Dr. Purrington a follow. Sarge, is it just a new bit of everybody's gonna be working much later, or was it just one of those weird rare days? I also wasn't sure if any kind of port strikes or anything like that were gonna have any effects there. But yeah, I'm looking over there. I'm going, well, that's normally it's going to be rack time for you there at 3:02, not just getting back from work time. Let me see if I can try to get more of this. Yeah, I'm going to just go with the pure orange again. Mix that with the white. Teensy bit lighter skin tone there, I think. Okay, that's what we needed there. So G Storage, that is that is mighty late there to be just getting back from work. I don't know if you snagged some chow on the way home there, or if you just said, I just want to get home. We'll eat something when we get there. Yeah, Surge, obviously, like you were saying, what was it? The only time we ever did anything was for a windshield or something like that. Like a crack in the windshield. Not realizing that the windshield claim would be like 7 years of bad luck because they literally said, oh yeah, 7 years ago it looks like you put in a claim for a windshield. So I understand your reason in there, Sarge. Yeah, that was many years later. We didn't even remember it. We're like, what do you mean we did a claim? What claim is that? Okay, maybe no, that would be too much. If we push it too far, let's get this and push it a little further to the left into our source light there. Again, that temperature contrast is a big thing. Here, let's grab this, push these out of the way. Now, this side versus this side, you think, well, if we were to take away all the color, it would still look totally different. Except, not so much. I mean, yeah, maybe here you see a little bit of a glow, but not so much there, especially when you turn this around. And you see it doesn't look all that different because we have a saturation and temperature contrast here that we don't have on the other side. We'll bring this back now. Bring it back little by little. We're almost at 50, almost there we are. So it's almost like we turn the lights back on again. So that's a fun thing to do. You can take your camera, your phone, right? Take a picture. Every phone has some kind of app that you can manipulate at least a little bit, the colors and such. So yeah, why don't you try doing that? And again, you get a chance to see what your miniature looks like in a whole new light. See what I did there? Oh, thanks, Davale. Appreciate that. Again, that was on our stream last night. We did one. This was a tutorial video that we did. Another little sneaky snake there. And we had a blast doing a bunch of chariots. These were super fun. Where's the Titan Forge version? There it is. With the mummified horses, which we used on a conversion. Oh, yeah, we do have some. We do have some orcs here. Almost forgot about this guy. Speaking of freehand. So yeah, Sarge, it's like, well, it would have been nice if, after all of the machination of trying to get that trip going to Atlanta and then getting back from that maybe things are a little bit less crazy. Gonna get me some of that darker bluish gray out here in a few spots. I think here we need to maybe lighten up that cuff a little bit more, that sleeve. What do we got here? Some kind of tan, not light enough. Oh, there's about a little bit more. Maybe like this. Yep. Try a bit more. That's got even a little bit of our bluish gray in there too. That's going to make that a little bit more neutral. Okay, maybe we will get a teensy bit more light on that sleeve over there. I wonder if we can grab this out of here. We're not knocking down too many things. This is another one of our Tome Kings thing. This is a tutorial series, so a little war sphinx right there. 3D printed from one-page rules. Once again, painted with the oils. I'm looking at this. Here, let me take that same, not quite yellowish color. That's going to go down in here. Taking a blending brush to it again. This is the advantage of the oils. All this stuff again started 4 hours 53 minutes ago. And pretty much by this time tomorrow, both of these will be dry. Yes, it's oil paint, and yes, this will basically be dry by this time tomorrow. If not completely dry, dry enough that you could at least handle it. Nice to see you there, Uber Coffee. Happy Saturday to you. Here's hoping that your Saturday morning has been a good one, and maybe coffee also achieved. throw a little bit of light here right on the side. There we go. And of course, again, at the Wappleville Sports Network, we will be covering a glorious day of college football coming up here. We think there could be some dramatic results, more chaos, more change. This right over here, let me take some of our lighter blue over here. Let me get some thinner into, there we go. Just had to break that up a little bit. That ends rather suddenly on his hand there. That not quite right. Uber coffee. That sounds good. That sounds very tasty. Wouldn't mind some of that myself. We will be having some chow after the stream here, especially again since now it's 3:11 in the morning. Sorry, it's a bad day though, Uber coffee, and it's still kind of an earlier portion of the day there. Here's hoping that it improves over the course of the day. I guess if you're starting out on the lower end, all that can happen is things go up. So here's hoping that's the case. Okay, you know what? Let me throw. Oh, a shadow. That's what we're missing there. Here, you know what? Where's this little flashlight thing? Yeah. If we were to put a little bit of a actual cast shadow here, then we'd really kind of get the effect of, again, that light. You know what? I think that light actually reaches. Sure enough. And of course, well, painting makes any day better. That's for sure. Just trying to break this up a little bit. Might have to put some more of my fast matte white out there. Get rid of some of that. There's an awful lot of thinner on that. And there we go. So we use the light. Well, let me use this as an example here. We'll grab this one. Where did my red one go? There's my red one. So you see the cast shadow that's on there. Well, we were using this light here, and we did this, and we said, oh, look, there's a cast shadow. So we said, well, maybe we should paint that in. All right, because we did this. He said, oh, that's shining on his leg, which creates that cast shadow. And again, here, right, that's how we figured out all of our source lighting. And again, whatever color it happens to be. Where's our green one here? Same deal. Right, that's it'd be easier to see it this way. So right where that's going to be hitting the ground, that's going to be hitting the rocks. So Uber coffee, for me, it doesn't matter. We could use any color, but it's very helpful for folks if it is the actual color, like this one is kind of a warm yellow light right there if you're doing some kind of candlelight. But because Uber coffee, so many people, they don't know what they want to do with the source lighting. And I recommend if you got that flashlight and it is the same color, well, you could take a picture of that with your phone, and now you basically have yourself a nice little full color reference of how you should maybe approach your object source lighting. And of course, the object source lighting is something we start with. We're not ending with that. That is literally the very first thing that we put on our miniature. There's going to be source lighting there. We begin with that. Whether it's that snake, whether it's the Star Wars figs, that is the first thing that we are going to do. is add that source lighting, because that way you can figure out, oh yeah, like on our Moria stuff and our done lendings, half of them are basically orange. If we start out with it, same thing with our Moria army here. Also with our dwarves, well, or here we go, our Galadriel versus the Necromancer. Right? I mean, she's walking right up to a big orange thing. That whole front side is just gonna be orange. Where's our dwarves here? Same deal with them. Even that piece of terrain. Oh, here's some more of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff. I almost forgot all about that. Where's my black guard here? Or black tie. There we go. Yeah, that Song of Ice and Fire stuff. It's been a while since we last saw that. We certainly have plenty more of that we can do. Oh, thanks, Mind Repair Time. Appreciate that. And thanks for being here. So, Mind Repair Time. Have a good night's sleep or a good day. Either way it goes. So yeah, Uber Coffee, whether it's terrain pieces, whether it's busts. Oh, look, we have one there. Same deal. Yeah, you could. They do have magenta lights. You shine them on there, and of course, then you realize, yeah, you know what? An awful lot of this, I don't really need to be working that hard. I'm just gonna make it that color from the get-go. So thank you so much, Mind Repair Time. Appreciate you being here. I know there's always lots of shenanigans going on. Hopefully it's also nice and mellow and peaceful. A little bit of a tranquil place away from all the weird madness going on that just kind of pretty much finds us all the time. Right, Sarge? No matter how much we try to camouflage ourselves from the madness, it generally somehow manages to find us. Which is funny because every April, now I also have the big version of this, but every April we paint a Wapelius spell brush, and of course the rule is there definitely has to be object source lighting on there, especially as many types of object source lighting. Sarge, I do believe so. Now, there might be some sleep streaming that happens because, well, with everything going on with my sister, my brother, and I, we're going to be getting there probably 10 o'clock in the morning. And given the fact that I usually go to sleep these days at more like 8 o'clock in the morning, that's going to make things mischievous. But I'm hoping to there, Sarge, because obviously, well, if we're starting that early, we're going to be ending early as well. So maybe what I might try to do is just actually try and catch some Z's or something after that. But Amy, it's thanks so much for, well, it's the big reveal. It's the accountant Amy reveal tonight, right, Amy? So Sarge, my guess is it'll probably be a late start again, mostly because again we're probably going to try and catch a couple of Z's, since I might be doing almost an all-nighter between Wednesday into Thursday. There we go. Just a teensy bit of our. That's the floral blue there, because super translucent. We didn't do a glaze or anything. We basically just painted it on there normally, but it is such a translucent color. That's how oils are. We just could paint it right on the top of it, right over the top. And of course, with the oils, we always advocate doing these color charts right here. It shows you a whole bunch of things besides just what the color looks like. Kind of shows you how the color handles, which is almost more important than what it looks like. So everybody, please again give Accountant Amy a follow if you could. Yeah, there's just well, as we created in the I think it was what 3 years. No, it was maybe a week ago. So maybe 4 or 5 streams ago. The Life is Like Juggling chainsaws, which we have actually turned into some stickers. Yes, we actually have a piece of art created by Recoil. Oh, also too. Where's our Lord of the Rings gummy bears? We actually have painted a few of those. This was created in AI on our stream here. We'll be getting these sculpted as well. So there's Sauron as a gummy bear. There's Gumdoff and Gumly. And of course there's Legumless and Treegum. But we did. I wonder if are they? Oh, here they are. This is obviously something that Kathy started at Repricon years ago. Was a gummy bear painting contest, and then we said, what if they were Lord of the Rings themed? And we actually got somebody to sculpt these for us. So there's Gumladriel, and obviously we had Gumlim there. Oh, well, that's good, Sarge. Yeah, Sarge, I'm thinking I'm going to be streaming through because obviously for most folks, it's just going to be Thursday, right? It's not going to be Thanksgiving. So that's typically I'm usually working on Thursday anyways. No problem there. Yeah, Bithron, that was Kathy's birthday. Yeah, that was Kathy's birthday stream. We did a couple of those, and I think we also painted I think we also painted a Kathy miniature too. Oh, thanks, Mind Repair. Appreciate that. So what we're gonna try to do is actually create a bit of a shadow down here because again the Oracle of the flashlight reveals that there's a little bit maybe of a shadow over there, and that since this is already a light color, any kind of shadow. Ooh, we got a whole thing over here. We got to get some stuff on. Here, let me grab a little bit of this. Let's roll a teensy bit of that under there. There we go. Okay, that's better. So see you later there, Sarge. Hopefully we get to see it on the Saturday stream. Appreciate you being here, of course. Tired, I know you're super exhausted. Feeling that too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Grimlock. Appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. It's like, well, now this is just freaky right here. Okay, maybe I have too much of the pipe weed. Maybe it is time to cut back. Another one of these. What's going to happen? Jeez, he's rolling pretty darn well for all these pipeweed mentions, because usually that's what happens. We've even had ourselves a Gandalf 6 tonight after a mention of pipeweed. Look at that. So yeah, Mind Repair was much like... Oh, let's go back to this one. Yeah. So that was super helpful there. And we even did that on one of these. Oh, you can't see it on this one. But maybe this one you can see it on here. There we go. Yep. So you can see a little bit of cast shadow over there. So we got this over here. And again, it casts a little bit of shadow. And that's what the flashlight showed. And again, you can go back and watch all of these episodes. Again, they're all saved as highlights. And we love making these basing bits here because it really sets the scene for those guys. Okay, we got this shadow here. We got this shadow here. Wait a minute here. Let me do this. And a little more there, okay. Oh, we did do a shadow up here, that's right. And we're going to hit a little bit more of that. This crazy little channel. Let me see if I can make that a little darker right there, a little sharper. For some edge contrast. Now, thanks, Mind Repair. Appreciate that. And that was, again, that was the thing that the flashlights revealed. And when you see it just playing in front of your face, like they say, oh my gosh, I definitely need to add that. Let me get this piece of fuzz off of the brush there. Try to lighten this. Again, it's almost like a pinkish color that we've got going on with his robe or whatever here. Yeah, trying to get as many colors as possible. Maybe not too much down there as far as that lighter stuff goes. And again, you can see we have more of a shadow there on the underside of his arm. We got ourselves his head casting a bit of a shadow here. I'm not sure I can make that a whole lot lighter on the end. Nah, let's take a little bit more of that paint off of that brush. So Bithron, I'm hoping that I can have some more of those sculpted by next October, if not all of them. And then that way people can get the STL files, and on Kathy's birthday stream, then we can be doing, everybody can be painting Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Because reasons. Again, that was something that Kathy started at ReaperCon, probably 2018, I want to say. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. What's happening with his knuckles here? We should maybe make a little bit of light right on those. I think there was some other ones that I also created. I did a Merry, Pippin, Sam. We got Frodo. Recoil, I think, was even also able to do a Theoden. He had to really tweak the search parameters to get that Gimli, because it didn't want to give him an axe or even dwarven armor. It kept literally making him look more like a ranger of Ithilien or something like that for some crazy reason. But then when Recoil typed in, axe, helmet, that worked out very well. And we appreciate Recoil doing that. And yeah, that was his Sauron. I don't think we made Saruman as a gummy bear yet. Yeah, okay, there's a weird hard edge on his shoe there. Or boot, or whatever it's supposed to be. Oh, and by the way, these are 3D printed from Davale Games. We've done tons of stuff from Davale, holy smokes. Well, of course, this is Davale Games Saruman here. So it'll be fun to have these side by side in some photos. So we add a touch more of our, like, right there on the belly of Shadowfax. That's got to be in check. Again, we're looking at, where's our little light here? So you could see how no blue is there. So that would have to be in shadow, again, according to the oracle of the flashlight. And those lights, they work so well for other things. We put them inside our buildings. I guess we should maybe bring that up here. Yeah. Let's see if we can show that here on our Instagrams. That would be handy. Ah, there it is. Here we are. And there's some of those little lights inside of our Rohan buildings there. So, and you can see that really does illuminate those. So here's your kind of your daylight view of those buildings. And now there's those buildings at nighttime. And again, that was just adding those little lights. If you check out the Instagrams, you can see other examples of terrain with those little lights added. You just get them on Amazon. Typically look up something like LED balloon lights. You can get them packs of 50, 100, usually just a matter of $5, $6, maybe $8 or something like that on the high side. Oh yeah, Mind Repair, I cannot wait for the my Morgul board, my Minas Morgul board, which is going to have a whole bunch of kind of greenish lights to kind of recreate that sort of sickly glow. That is going to be a ton of fun. I've even painted up my Morgul Knights to match that, so they actually have glowing blue weapons, but also painted with some greenish glow on them, just to make sure that it conveys that same kind of atmosphere. A little bit more of this gray down here, and maybe here, let me get some more of that Mars Yellow Deep. But you might even mix some of the Radiant Green into that too. So a little bit of that over here into the rubble. And also, same thing with the Hobbit holes, because if we throw one of those lights in there, obviously we're going to get glow through the window and through the window and the door. So yeah, that'll be fun. So all of a sudden, Hobbiton at night doesn't look just like, well, completely blank and dark. I think, yeah, we're good over there. Maybe a little bit of that down in here. Yeah, Mind Repair. The one thing about the balloon lights, they're kind of designed to fire and forget, right? You pull out this tab. That's why I call these, sometimes I call them light grenades. Because you pull out that tab, if you lose that tab, well, you can always just cut a little piece of paper or something and stick it in there. So Mind Repair, those Hobbit holes there, they're 3D printed from, almost said printable scenery, but no, that is from Miniature Land. We actually have some dwarven terrain that's actually printing right now from Conquest Creations and Miniature Land. Oh, there's all the different kinds. So these ones have your on-off switch. There's another type that I don't think I have here. Yeah, I don't have one up here anymore. But I've got about 10 or 12 different types. Some have regular off switches, and some don't. I never really seen the balloon lights before. All of the LED lights that I'd had before that were ones with the regular switch. But the idea is you chuck those, you pull out the pin, you put it in a balloon, you blow up the balloon, and now the balloon is illuminated from the inside. Now, I don't think you want to be popping the balloon near somebody's face if it's got one of those light grenades inside. Of course, that also offers lawn dart type entertainment should that happen, but probably not the best idea. So mine repair, I started using the lights years ago to kind of indicate the object source lighting, especially on stream. Really a great teaching implement on stream. And then I kind of started getting well, we used to have a model train set. Well, we still do. We actually still do have that. It's called Wappleville. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, Bithron here, this will be a nice little treat for you here. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen this Bithron. Where are we at here? Oh, we're almost there. We're getting there. Here we are. Yeah. So, town of Wappleville. Right? Well, we did all these. Now, this, I'll tell you how old this is because this is all MDF style terrain, not FDM. We got all the buildings there, churches. We made that water tower. There's the Wappleville station. Now, you can see some of those buildings have tea lights inside. The church, the Final Slumber Funeral Home. That's, we're talking like 2014, 2015, 2016. So that's going back a long time. And those were actual tea lights. Oh, also, wait a minute. Time out. Time out here. Let's see if we can go back to our bolt action. Not that one. Ah, there we go. So see in the background there, we made those explosion markers. And I think here when it comes to our Rohan terrain, ah, there's another one right there. So where you take the tea light, you take the stuffed animal stuffing. Yeah, we use the stuffed animal stuffing. You give it the spray the darker grays and black on it. Then when you turn on the tea light inside, it literally looks like an explosion because obviously the stuffed animal stuffing is a little bit translucent. And now it kind of magnifies that darker gray that you put on the outside of the, well, if you want to call it that, the stuffed animal stuffing. Yeah, the technology is certainly advanced with those Mind Reap here. Because all I remember, these were the only thing we had for the longest time, and then now we have all other different types of shapes. And lots of different colors too. Now you do, I guess, apparently you have to look to make sure they're not the flashing variety. I've never gotten ones that do the flashing stuff, but other folks have ended up with ones that are flashing, and that's not super helpful necessarily when you're trying to, especially in a building, but or either that or if you're trying to use them to generate a reference. So have yourself a fantastic day there, Mind Repair. Appreciate you being here, of course. Okay, yeah. Speaking of, this is a resin cast base, whereas here we're using casualties and such on that we've printed out ourselves. Well, kind of like our Denethor here with a basing bit that we printed out. Or even here, there's another one, our Aragorn, with that 3D printed staircase there. And well, this, which has the fox and 4 3D printed bunnies, all the flowers are 3D printed. So the 3D printing really has opened up tons and tons and tons of opportunities. Alright, I think we've got our extra bit of light in there. Little bit of something something out here. Oh, and by the way, as of I want to say about 8 o'clock this evening, these miniatures didn't exist at all. I prepped these, based them, and then primed them real quick before the stream tonight. Puts an all new meaning to don't blink. Yes, these they were just some 3D printed miniatures that were just kind of sitting around, and I said, okay, let's see if we can make these ready to rock. His mustache needs to be lighter. Let me see if we can get what remains of this fast matte white here. I got to get some thinner on that to break it down some more. I might put a little bit of it right there just to get rid of. There we go. Okay. Touch more of that light on his face. Let's use this as a blending brush again. Good to go there. So for Shadowfax's snoot here, we're going to get a little bit of light on his nose there. Here we go. You know, I'm going to try and darken this up a little bit more here if I can. Van Dyke Brown. Down in here. Separate that a little bit too. A little separation in here. Like so. Bit more of it right up in there. We're just going to darken some of this down too. And then we throw a little bit of our bluish color here. Kind of a mid-tone something or other. Get some, maybe a little green in that. So Armored Wolf is he is still hammering away at those dice bags, and that's at Armored Wolf Productions. The finest dice bags that you will ever see, by far. Yeah, and I might get some of that down here. Again, that's a little bit of green, and look at that. You can see it here on this Shadowfax, right? Lots of colors, none of which are white. Yeah, there's basically no white on this. It might look that way, but all of this, many different colors here. Even get me some of that green over here. A little bit of that down here too. But not really going to look like green. It's just going to register as gray. And we can do that little trick again where we take all the color away. Yeah, there's value contrast there, but what we're missing out on is all of the nifty little subtle colors that have been thrown in there. Still using this again, so that radiant green in our mid-tones here. Again, try not to nuke all of our shadows. We don't do that. Now Armored Wolf is still making the crushed glass and the grass tufts. Again, that is the only place you can get the crushed glass snow effects, like we have on all of our glorious miniatures here that are winter themed. You can only get that from Armored Wolf Productions. Now let me get more of this green right up in here. Some of it over there. Now let's see. Let's check on Bambi Cam here real quick to say, oh, it's still printing, I think. Oh, well, it's almost done. It's at 95%, and this is the first of what might be 9 pieces or 12. Oof, scary to think of 12, but oof.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much. We have ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, Exile. Appreciate that. All right, so really, so you're gonna disgrace the entire Shadowfax family by becoming a pipeweed addict, huh? He's like, oh, you should try it. It's really good stuff. Makes you very mellow. It's like, I really don't want to be mellow. I just want to be Shadowfax. It's like, maybe you should be more like him. Oh, and end up like Rogaine Lightning. Yeah, remember him? That's that's one of our Army of the Dead horsies. Yeah, you don't want to end up like Rogaine Lightning. There we go. So thanks so much for that follow. What's going to happen with our Gandalf sit? Wow, he is really rolling well. If he's not rolling sixes, he's dropping down some fives. So yeah, the crushed glass snow is fabulous for so many things, and of course, mine repair. I don't know if you've seen. We've done tons of these 1800 scale ships. I think we've done almost 20 of them now. So see you later there, Arid. Thank you so much for being here. And Arid, if you want to post your stuff one more time in the chat before you head off to sleep there. Arid's going to be streaming this, Saturday, today, 7 p.m. Pacific. So be there. So yeah, Mind Repair, we've been doing those. The month of October, we painted 11 Fell Beasts and unique ring rates. We painted another Balrog. We painted a Cave Dragon. We painted the Watcher in the Water. We painted, I think, half a dozen Gobos. We painted the Necromancer. We painted some werewolves, also with the snow effects on them. I think here's one of them. Yep, again, some more of the fabulous crushed glass snow. No need to use that because it's actually sculpted on there. So that's not actually painted on water. As you can see, there's actually a shape to it. Oh, here we go. You can see it a little bit on this. So there is actually a texture there. We just we kind of magnified it by the. Oh yeah, you can see it right there on the bow. So that is actually, we use the our, well, same stuff we use with the crushed glass snow. Same thing we use for icicle. You can see there we got more waves that are actually, even the churn back here from the props is actually sculpted on there. Now we started doing that with the Armada stuff, and then we adapted that to our 1/1800 scale ships. We've done a very large U.S. fleet. We've done even an Italian fleet. We're now into the IJN. We're going to go back to the American stuff. We'll do a British fleet, French, German, all the good stuffs. We're only just getting started on those. We're literally just getting underway with our 1/1800 scale ships. So if you actually mind repair, you might want to check out some of the episodes. I have some of them also on the YouTube channel. It's just painted exactly like just like any of our other miniatures. And we did the same thing on a fell beast. Oh, we did the same thing for the Watcher in the Water. I wish I had that up here to show you, but we just don't. Oh, actually, here's one of the. That's just one of the fell beasts that we painted there. This one was the. Yeah, that was pretty. We did a different object source lighting color on each one. That was super fun. These are all 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. Where are you gonna go? You're gonna go back over there. So yep, that was all just painted with the oil paint, so just like what we're doing here. How's about we add a little bit more of our light here to this. Just don't a little bit of texture on that. Maybe a little something to separate that from the ground and the rubble. Touch more of our light over there. Now here we need to add a dark, so get some of the Van Dyke brown. I think this is easier to approach it from this angle. So Mind Repair, that heavy gloss gel, that's the same thing we use literally to create fire effects. Also to do the icicles. I think this probably shows the icicles the best. Yeah, there's some icicles for you there. As we welcome in Paintwater Sommelier. How you doing there, Paintwater? Paintwater, we've had a blast tonight because, well, you can see what we got here, right, Paintwater? And guess what happens every time there's a follow? As you can imagine, hilarity ensues. Everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow if you could. Yeah, Paintwater, of course, it's a tale of two Shadowfaxes, because apparently this Shadowfax, shall we say, likes to imbibe in some of the pipeweed. So this is a much more docile Shadowfax there. So everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. And Paintwater, I think you were doing some, were you doing some more of your Rangers, Paintwater? Or was that, no, it was Osgiliath Veterans, right? Yes, if you want to share your Osgiliath Veterans there, please go ahead. And of course, we're using the oil paints here. And yeah, please go ahead and share your link. So 5.5 hours ago, these two had no paint on them whatsoever. And of course, Paintwater, I think you had a chance to see what the Hobbit. Hey, let me zoom out a little bit so we can see a bit more of this here Hobbit hole. There you go. And of course, with their very cozy interiors. We did 6 of these. Might be doing another one or two tomorrow. So this one belongs to Bilbo Bananigans here. Once again, with a very cozy interior. And of course, we added all the foliage. These are homemade flower tufts here. And then we did the static grass. We did all other kinds of flock and foliage. I finished 9 of them tonight. That's fantastic, Paintwater. Again, if you want to share those, please go ahead. And this was last night's stream here. A little more Tomb King goodness. with, well, a little bit of object source lighting there. So I used, I think I can actually reach it. Here it is. So it's the fast drying basing glue, or I could have just used wood glue. That probably would have worked. The fast drying basing glue is, well, it's nice and it does keep that tackiness,
Hello,
that's for
little
sure.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Yep, mine repair. That is oh my goodness. Well, here we go. We need all the Shadowfaxes because Shadowfax has just well, let's zoom back in here. Thank you for that follow, Shadowfax. Appreciate that. Of course, he's thinking Shandoff. I'm thinking Gandalfax. So there's a tale of two Shadowfaxes, and you think we don't have enough Shadowfaxes? We got a third one that we're going to be working on. Actually, a fourth one too. Yes. And of course, we have a tale of two wizards here. We got Saruman having a little fun with one of his Rohan buddies, and of course Gandalf here on Shadowfax. So mine repair, that was the one from years ago, that one from WWS. I actually drilled a hole into the piece of terrain so that I could stick a nail in there and make it all static grass like. If you check out the Patreon page, I don't know if you've been I don't know if you're still on the Patreon page, but I did several videos using the Green Stuff World Static Grass applicator and making our own tufts out of them, which of course we've been using on our also here. So there's some more of those homemade tufts right there. There's another one over there. So thank you so much, Shadowfax. Appreciate that. We also have a Balrog that sometimes joins us on stream here, so it's great. That's the first time a Shadowfax. No problem there, Mind Repair. I want to say it was in 2023 when they sent that. Yeah, I think it was 2023. Mind Repair, the one kind of nice thing about the WWS one is that it's just a 9-volt battery. Now, the disadvantage of you just have that little wand. I kind of just ditched the wand, but at least I don't electrocute myself. Because the Green Stuff World one, that actually plugs in to a wall, so and you can get zapped. Believe me, I kind of got zapped a couple of times. So yeah, that's what we used to create the homemade tufts. But the for the hobbit holes, I just basically can drill a hole into the ceiling, and then I was able to get enough of a static charge there. It seemed to work out really. Actually, that's another Patreon video. Everybody, please check out that link that Paintwater Sommelier just posted. It's a Discord link. Some fabulous Lord of the Rings miniatures. So Paintwater, I guess it's not going to be released this weekend. Right, Paintwater? I thought, well, tomorrow. Well, later today. Unless that has changed. But I don't think the new version of MESBG comes out, well, later today. Let me do this here. Can we add a little more dark right along that edge? Just right there. What do we do? I guess we'll try and darken that a little bit more too. Back to our lighter green here. So yeah, Paintwater. I guess that it's not going to be coming out this this Saturday. So yeah, Mind Repair on the Patreon page, we have done, I believe, 71 basing techniques episodes. And then for the army painting series, well, what's the first episode there is always a basing episode. So that's not super good at math, but that means I've done around 120 basing episodes. And some of it's pretty wild and crazy. And that also doesn't count the terrain workshop. Actually, this is a video I'll be working on here, where we're going to be adding that same heavy gloss gel to create a waterfall effect here. Same heavy gloss gel we use for fire. So this is another one of our basing episodes here. Because those flaming sticks, yeah, those didn't exist. That's actually the same heavy gloss gel I used to make icicles and waterfalls out of. Same heavy gloss gel, you make fire out of it. Also, the Balrog, that fire on him, that's the old metal Balrog. To make that fire look like anything, I actually had to add tons of extra fire to him. So Mind Repair, there's also two. We did these on stream. Here's the building that we made, which is painted on stream, and then we made a whole bunch more buildings like so. Also, oh, there was a, where is it here? No, that's not it. Ah, there it is. Yeah. So we made that crazy building there too. We are basically making every terrain environment of Middle Earth. I have Minas Tirith, Osgiliath, Minas Morgul, Fornost, Dol Amroth, Umbar, Far Harad, regular Harad, a gigantic Easterling, basically city, which has now gotten more gargantuan. We're also creating a Middle Earth War at Sea. So that's why we're painting up all those the 28 millimeter ships. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of this mid-tone gray in there. Now let's try and do some of the warmer mid-tone down in there. A little bit more of our light, I think. Not much of the fast matte white left out here. So again, everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow if you could. So yeah, Paintwater. I was there was a part of me that thought, well, they cannot release this before the movie. And then there's all these people that say, oh yeah, it's they said that they owned stores or something like that, and that they had to put in their pre-orders and everything, which meant this was the day it was gonna whatever. And haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything about this well, today being a day where you could actually pre-order that stuff. Let's see if I can get a little bit more of my light on the neck here. A bit more of it on the hair. So let's see. Well, it's 4:04 in the morning here. Let me try and get some more light there. Nah, that's a little too light over there. Now, Armored Wolf, has your store guys said anything about when they're supposed to get it? Because I guess that would also be a bit of an indicator. Let me try this again. Some of that light does get down on the neck there. Pull this down further. Yeah, and I was a little bit too busy today to be seeing anything on the YouTubes or whatever about, oh, it's going to be releasing today or something. I suppose maybe after the stream I might be able to find out. There we go. I need to just move that a bit further forward for his eyelid there. Let's see. It'll probably be the low price of about $973. Of course, that's a low estimate right there. I'm going to use this to create a bit more like right along that edge of his hair or his mane there. And I think it'll be the usual thing, right? You got your what? I guess is there 2 Rohan houses in there? Then you got your 24 Dunlendings, your 24 Rohan. And I'm guessing, but it would just be the rule book, right? You wouldn't have armies of Middle Earth in there. I'm going to try and get some of the... let me just put some more fast mat weight out here. That'll just make it a whole lot easier. So just get some of this out here. Yep, that'll just make things a whole lot easier. A little bit light there, and now let's really hit the eye here. We'll have to come back with our darks, but such is life. Touch more of that over here on that side of his face. So that's it's all based on the War of the Rohirrim movie that's coming out on December 13th. Nothing to do with the series. They have the rights to the War of the Rohirrim movie and the 2 Hunt for Gollum movies. And the War of the Rohirrim movie is anime, so it's going to be real interesting, Paintwater, to see how well they match the miniatures to anime and then to the live action Hunt for Gollum movies. So we're just using our straight up weighter, and we're going to come back in again and do the dark in the eye. That's no big deal. Kind of expected to have to do that. We'll just use maybe the Van Dyke Brown for that. There we go. Got an eye for him there. The one true brush mind repair. That's one thing that has stayed the same throughout the years. Well, the handles change color for whatever reason. Yeah, this is the latest color for the handle of our fabulous pen. You can see this is starting to get a little bit beat up there. You know, they start out kind of pristine. Let's see if we've got one here that is not quite destroyed. 1 second here. This shelf probably a bit better. Let me see if we can find one of them here that is not completely annihilated. But here's one that is a little bit less destroyed. And they've changed so many color over the years. Like, here's a gray one. They were red for a while, but notice this. See how they've got the angles cut in them? Well, look at this. Eventually you got like you got glue in there. You got that's some texture paste in there. So once they've ceased their useful lifetime as a newer brush, we cut them like this. Now we've got a spatter brush or a stippling brush, which is very handy for for our weathering techniques here, like this, right, where we've got some mud splatters. There's some more mud splatter right there on that BT7. That's why we worship this as the one true brush, because for the better part of 20 years now we've been using these brushes and they still exist. It started out as green, now the handle is this turquoise color, but we still worship it as the one true brush. It's still faithful after all of these years. And again, sometimes we give it a little bit of a trim there, and still very fabulous. So the on YouTube I was seeing the trailer. Oh gosh, what was this? Maybe a couple of months ago, I think, is when they first started showing the trailer. The Japanese trailer was very different from what we saw. The trailer we saw was almost entirely focused on Hera, whereas the Japanese trailer was really focused much more on the siege of Edoras, and of course the Hornburg. But we've even used that as basically kind of a filbert style brush too. You know what, we're going to get a couple more shots of our light here on Shadowfax. So let me take that blending brush to this. You know what, we will lighten that up a little. And then again, take the blending brush to it. This was kind of the original blending brush right here, back in the day. Now that brush is the Swiss Army knife of brushes. It does everything. Oh, and by the way, it's about 27 cents a piece. Touch more of our light here on his robe. Can't get our fast mat weight out there one more time. Oh yeah, we definitely want to get a little bit more of our light over here, I think. And that's the one figure that we haven't been introduced to yet. So I have an entire Vehicles Workshop series on the Patreon page. This is one where we did a 3-part series there. We've done one that, what we call it, the Sherman Russ. We've also done basically like a Basilisk. Also have done, we're going to be doing an Eldar vehicle. Hey there, Aratu. Nice to see you. Happy Saturday. Actually, Aratu, I guess Banco is here because Banco is taking a class with Katya there, I think. So great to see you again there, Aratu. Happy Saturday morning to you. Let me hit this here too. Yeah, a little bit. Where's our other Gandalf here? Oh, actually, Ratho, I haven't seen. Gee whiz, I haven't seen Denethor. This would be Denethor's nightmare. We got not one but two Gandalfs here. Now that's probably why Denethor hasn't shown up. Denethor is like, you gotta be kidding me. Two Mithrandir. So great to see you there, Arathu. We actually had a bit of minor snowfall here. I mean, nothing really just to speak about. It was just a dusting. Hey there, Kaz. How you doing? Happy Saturday, of course. Yeah, and get this. We actually we have a Shadowfax that also seems to have a taste for the pipeweed there. Of course, who we haven't seen has been Gua here. He better keep an eye on the sky, because if Guahir finds out that this is where he's at and there's two of them, man, that's going to be some big trouble there. Thunder snow, I think that was the term they coined for it here. Who knows? Maybe we'll be getting some more snow in early December, which is kind of how it should be. Yeah, Bitron, I do believe there's 3 eagles behind me. Or is it 4? I know there's at least 3 of them, because they're there for another basing video, where I'm going to be adding the snow to their bases. Those are the ones that are sitting on the nests. So that was now you guys have been playing more the Age of Empires, right, or Age of Kings, whereas it seems like Rottweiler is very much into back into the Valheim again. So Mind Reap here realizes that at Club Wappleville, it's open mic night. Yes, we've had some serious pun contests, Mind Reap here. There have been some very yeah, limericks too. Now, Kaz, hopefully the printing has gone very well. I do think that our print is completed. We're going to have to get one going for the overnight. We'll see just how long that's going to take. Let me see if we can bring this up here. Yep, print success, so that has finished now. That one is completed. There's only 132 layers on that. Hey, Vite, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Boy, Arathu, it seems like you're not the only person that was playing some Baldur's Gate. We had a few folks coming in, and they were playing BG3 also. Alright, we got some of our light down on his cloak there, and a little something over here. Maybe on this belt. I don't have much on there. Yeah, that's something that I've never played. Well, gee whiz, when's the last time I played a video game? I do believe it was in 2013, yeah. It's been a while. More of our light on the sword handle and hilt. little more of that light along the edge of that sword. That helps. Now let me see if I can get a little more light on this side of his head. I gotta sneak this brush down in here somehow. Oh yeah, we can make that lighter. So Arathu, I have for a brief few seconds been able to see Slade and the Pyro Club folks playing that crazy Renaissance game that they're doing. And Slade was in here earlier, so I had a chance to ask him what in the world that was all about. Ah, there's Denethor. So Denethor, oh look at this. Denethor's like, seriously? There's more of this guy? You gotta be kidding me. I think I'll just set myself on fire. Again, still, man, toughest dude in Middle Earth. Set myself on fire, run about 800 yards, and then jump, I don't know, a couple thousand feet. That's tough. So nice to see you there, Denethor. Yep, Denethor, not one, but two Gandalfs. Hey there, Chaco, how you doing? So Chaco, if you do the $5 uh, thing on the Patreon page, that will have all the color theory and oils videos. Obviously, the army painting series has everything, but even the $5 will have the color theory and oils, and that's where we're doing all of the color charts, right? And we're actually going to be doing another color theory and oils. We'll be filming that one on Sunday. So sometimes the color theory and oils, we're not necessarily even painting a miniature at all. It's more about the charts and testing and that sort of stuff. Well, Rathu, of course, if he had any kind of beans along with that, that also indicates a different sort of fire hazard.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Denethor a follow. Denethor, if you want to post any of your sculpting in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So thank you so much, Denethor. Yeah, it's so great to see everybody. And everybody, please give Denethor a follow, because Denethor is also going to be doing the streaming thing. And that will be a kind of a mix of some sculpting, some painting, a bunch of different things. So thanks, Vite. Appreciate that. Again, everybody, please give Denethor a follow there, if you could. So Chaco, the Windsor Newton stuff is good. Now, on the continent, Gerstecker, that's a place where you can get the Gamlet and the Williamsburg. And I forget which, there's a place in the UK where folks can also get the Gamlet and the Williamsburg. Well, that's fantastic, Vita. Love me some sculpting, that's for sure. Love me some sculpting. So just trying to get a little bit of toning down some of these edges here. I think some folks have used the Daler Rowney. I know a Schminky, that's another one. I think that's what a lot of folks overseas kind of use as a sort of Williamsburg-esque grade there. Let me try this. Now, we don't always do the pre-glaze stuff. Certain colors tend to be more important with the pre-glaze than, say, ones like this, where we started out with the darker brown primer. Terrain can also be different because of a different set of demands depending on the type of terrain. Everybody, please check out that link that Denethor just shared. This is, again, some fabulous sculpting. Can this be that? Well, that is actually, wow, that is a good deal later right there. Okay. Have we lightened this up enough? Yeah, lighten up a little bit more there. Back to our Shadowfax here, or Gandalfax, or Shandoff. It depends who you're listening to at the time. You know what? I might try to get a little bit of this on his elbow here, and then take that blending brush to just soften that edge ever so slightly. What else here? Let me get some of that here. Might still try to lighten this a little more. Right there, just adding a little bit of the weight to that. So Choco Bee, I stopped doing that a long time ago. Mostly, well, I just didn't have time to keep doing it because I was constantly running out of them. But I just use the paints right out of the tubes these days. So yeah, I just use them right out of the tubes. Part of it is too, I thought that folks might feel a little bit more comfortable with the oils if they were in that same kind of dropper bottles there. The other reason too is that you also get a chance to handle the oils as you're mixing those. And you start to find out that some oils are just way thicker than others. Like Indian yellow, super thick, even though it's very translucent. So yeah, that's I don't bother doing that anymore. Again, there's no time for me, unfortunately, to still be doing things like that. I mean, you can do that if you want, but I don't really bother with that. And of course, the palette is nothing more than just a piece of parchment paper, which is clipped to a piece of cardboard. Very, very simple. So yeah, I just do it straight out of the tube now. Now, when it comes to mixing things like your fluorescents or your metal colors, that's where I use these nail polish containers because those are much more airtight, a lot easier to mess around with. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Scramsax. You shall not. Wow. Pass. Sure, you don't want to fight the Balrog? It's like, dude, I already did that. That's why I'm the white. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, you're gonna die soon. Like, well, that's no good. Another roll on our Gandalf 6. What's going to happen? He's been rolling super well here. Look at this, another 5. I think it's the third one of these. We've also had a Gandalf 6 tonight. Yeah, look at that. He's rolling up a storm.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Hey there, Moggy. It's actually one of the things I recommend. This is one of the Dark Stored videos on the Patreon page. I took Van Dyke Brown and I took Brilliant Yellow Pale. So yeah, it's not black and white, but it is just those two colors, and I recommend that for people doing maybe their first 2, 3, 4 oil painted miniatures. Maybe just take one light color, one dark color. It doesn't have to be black or brown. It could even be something like a dark blue, like a indigo, or this right here again, which is also a very dark blue. You could do that. So there is a Dark Sword video showing that very, very thing. So Choco B, you don't want to get the Van Dyke Brown from Winsor Newton. Maybe even try like even this one here. Where the heck is it? Yeah, this one. This is from Michael Graham. Even this is better than the Van Dyke Brown from Winsor Newton. Now, the one thing that does work from Winsor Newton, this kind of travels across all brands, is the Mars Black. Whether it's Gamblin, Williamsburg, or Winsor Newton, it all seems to work out pretty well. So yeah, Moggy, if you do something like again the maybe that indigo or dark blue, it's gonna have very much a noir look to it, Moggy. So yeah, you could just substitute any other dark color there. And again, we even did that with our Mandos. Yeah, that one in the center there. That's where we took the Mars Black or no Black Spinel and we combined it with the Iridescent Pearl White. So those are all metallics. We got some of those on the Patreon page. There's also one on the YouTube channel. Yeah, that's back when we were doing all those Mandos. And it's funny, Moggy, because I'll tell folks that, they think, well, I don't want to do a black and white miniature. It's like I'm kind of sacrificing the figure. And I said, well, yeah, but what if your army is kind of a film noir type theme or whatever, or the miniature you're painting? Like later that kind of 1930s noir or something like that. No problem, Choco B. Trying to get me a little bit more of my light up there. Yeah, let's do something like that. You can see again, there's violet in there. We got some of the tan over here. We got green down in here. All different kinds of colors happening. Oh, thanks, Choco. Boy, oh boy, it's been a while since I last did a podcast. It's been years now. I'm trying to think the last time I was here. It's been probably a couple of years since I was last asked to be on a podcast. I think I did one with the Song of Ice and Fire folks. I know I substituted for Kathy a few times on the, what is that, the More Than Dice podcast. So a couple more lights on that little drum down there. It's kind of funny how things have changed so much, but also in some ways stayed the same, right, Chaco? Obviously, the 3D printing, that is the huge, huge, huge thing that has just made such a massive difference here between the terrain, the basing, and everything. I need to get a little something mid-tone on that side of his boot there. Yeah, there we are. Maybe a little touch of this on the underside of his tail. Just dragging that along. You can also see the different colors. I see there's some almost like pinkish colors in the robe, some greens in there, then kind of a bluish gray up towards the top. So Choco Bee, we've done a whole bunch of different experiments. Sometimes it's just literally a flat gray like this. Sometimes it's darker brown like this. And then lately on the Patreon page, we've been experimenting with something we call primer painting. So this one here, we almost made ourselves a fluorescent primer. Most of the skin tone was actually painted with primer, and then we went with the oils over the top of that. So it kind of depends. The darker primer started out literally with this guy here because he was too fragile for a pre-glaze. Didn't want to be snapping pieces off of that. Then when we started doing things like these chariots, no way we were going to be able to do a pre-glaze on this because ain't no way we're wiping that paint off in between them hosses. So again, the primer painting, The darker primer, lighter primer, all that stuff has been introduced over the last year or so. So no rattle cans, no rattle cans, especially not with the oils. Also, the rattle cans, well, let's put it this way: you can get about 10 of these for the price of one rattle can, and one of these will prime more than one rattle can. So just the Stynylrez primer, which you can get overseas, but if you can't get the Stynylrez MIG Ammo one-shot primer, is the same thing because it's made in the same factory. It's just got a different label on it. So yes, MIG Ammo one-shot primer is Stynylrez. So yeah, no rattle can stuff. Can't because, well, you're spending a whole bunch of money to decorate the sidewalk, a cardboard box, the air. Not so much the miniature, because we realized years ago we're spraying that thing, and yet we still had to take a brush and brush on primer. We're thinking, well, wait a minute. We're spending a whole lot of money to still have to brush on primer. Why don't we just start with that? Yeah, Vitae, well, you certainly want to give your lungs that multicolor look. Also, too, think about this. If I'm just brushing on the primer right here, I don't have to worry about it's too warm, it's too cold, or anything like that. It's too humid, not enough humid, whatever. So that's another advantage right there. You don't have to worry about weird stuff happening with your primer. And again, you are saving a whole ton of money because those rattle cans are insanely expensive. And again, most of that stuff is not going on the miniature. It's going somewhere else. But yet you're paying for the privilege of it. Now also, too, the rattle cans don't work with the oils because it creates too slippery of a surface. So yeah, you definitely want to just keep it simple. Just use, well, either the Stynylrez or the one-shot primer because they're the same thing. Let me hit this a bit more here with our thinner. Touch more like this. Okay, now I'm just using this as a blending brush right here. His sword, it's got the reflections of this. It's got the reflections from Shadowfax himself. And again, these are 3D printed from Davale Games. Both of these, and of course, here's our also from Davale, that's Saruman there. Again, they're both got their white robes. Now here we had the advantage of the darker horse to be able to contrast our source lighting. Didn't quite have that advantage here with Gandalf, now did we? And you can check out that stream. I might even have that one on the YouTube channel as well. So you can check out the YouTube channel. Actually, I got one of the Hobbit holes on there. Kind of a shortened version of the regular episode. I try to do that every so often. Again, just to have a shortened version. Obviously, maybe not having the puppet shows or some of the raids and such. You cut those out. It leaves more of really just a painting process. One second here. There we go. So yeah, Kaz, I don't usually, well, I guess a little bit more now I'm using the airbrush, but for the most I just brush them out. Oh, and look at that, I just do it with the craft brushes. Actually, I wonder if you can see it. Yeah, you can. So this is what we're talking about with the primer painting. I took the black primer and the Prussian blue ink, mixed them together. That was our primer for this. And we've been doing that for all of our ships. Again, here was our latest one that we just did this Monday. That is, again, that's the Kaga right there. And you can see, again, some of that same primer along the edges there. Get some more of my green and that Mars black together over here. And I don't thin the Steiner Res down at all. I just use it straight because, well, that's how it's meant to be used. So definitely not the Vallejo. And of course the MIG ammo primer. That should be very easily available. Well, you can just go to MIG Ammo and just get it from them. Just go to MIG Ammo's website. You should be able to get it from them. Hey there, Heavy T. So Denethor, this a couple of things. Let's do this one first with our Film Noir. Boy, look at how you lose all of this. Look at that. I mean, it looks like ghostly now. It almost looks ghostly without all of the colors. Look at all the color that's about to come back. Look at that. Tans, greens, purples, blues, and then of course our sneaky snake that we did last night. If we show it like this, actually let me zoom out here. That's probably better. One sec. There we go. Let's get our magnifier light out of the way, and we'll do a film noir there. With the exception of this right here, you pretty much lose all of the source lighting. Let's start bringing some of that back here. Actually, let me zoom in one more time. There we go. And as that color comes back, all of a sudden, right now you see the difference in those two sides. That is color contrast, saturation contrast, temperature contrast, all of it well beyond just simple value contrast. So thanks, Heavy T. Appreciate that. That was last night's stream. And tonight, well, since we don't have enough Gandalfs, we added 2 more tonight, and they're a little bit different from our previous Gandalfs. Again, this is the GW version right here. Let's see if we can hit a little bit more of our... This is our almost straight up white here. So Denethor, we've got the radiant green, we've got the perline black, and of course then there's some that we just kind of made where we had maybe some of our bluish gray, and then that mixed with some of our tan and yellow, also making a green. So very little, just straight up something that you would identify as, oh look, that's green. Not too much of that. But of course with the, well, like here, like what we're doing there, right, we're just taking our blending brush. So again, we recommend the Steiner Res primer, which again is also the MIG Ammo primer. And all you have to do is just go to the MIG Ammo website, and you can get MIG Ammo primer there. You should be able to get it from a whole bunch of other different hobby outlets, because MIG Ammo is pretty much a worldwide kind of thing. MIG Ammo sells tons and tons of different products. Actually, we used to use the MIG Ammo oil brushers. Believe me, if I can get it here, you can get it there. Because it comes from Spain. So it's a whole lot closer to you. Hey there, Falling Freely, how you doing? Geez, Freely, I gotta remember that the Council of Miniature Painters thing is this Sunday. Everybody please give Falling Freely a follow, because follows are totally free, especially when you follow Falling Freely. You can also get the Steiner Res on Amazon. Just to remember that it's getting to be winter time, and you don't want that stuff to be freezing, right? Sitting on your porch or whatever. That's going to be a no bueno thing for your primer, no matter who you get it from or what it is. So Heavy T, great to see it. Happy Saturday. And of course, everyone please give Falling Freely a follow if you could. That would be spectacular. Again, Tale of Two Gandalfs. Well, now four. No, well, let's see. We've got those two, these two, two more. That's 6, 7. I do believe we have 8 Gandalfs now. So Denethor is going to say, well, we need to paint more Denethors if you're painting more Gandalfs. We're hopefully going to be painting another Elrond. Now I think we're gonna have to be signing off too soon because now it's been 6.5 hours and it's almost 5 a.m. in the morning here. And well, we got printing stuff to do, as you saw. And of course, we got to get ready for our Saturday stream now that it's Saturday, because of course, now we might be streaming another Hobbit hole. We might even be streaming some dwarf terrain. I'm thinking maybe some of these dwarf buildings, I might do those more as Erebor instead of as Moria. I think that might be a better use for them. So Denethor says, what Denethor likes to see is more Denethor. So that's right, we got this Sunday, so we'll have to see if we can film before that. I know they've got like a special guest or something for this Sunday. Well, we've got 2 Gandalf the Greys. Oh, we also have Schmandorf right there. Now, Vitae, we actually have the original, well, not the original, but we have a metal Gandalf on Shadowfax that we're going to be painting that Recoil sent this way. We also have the Printing Goes Ever On version of Gandalf on Shadowfax. Also, where's our... Here he is. He's like, dude, you always look so bummed out. He's like, well, yeah, you'd be bummed out too if you had no arms. Check it out. It's like, oh, that's right, fighting the Balrog. It's like, yeah, I still see you have a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. It's like, well, it didn't work against the Balrog, but it's got to work against the Witch King, right? It's like, he's about to find out a very harsh lesson. So yeah, we've got ourselves an Arwen on a horsey. Basically right out of the movie, where you see her kind of towards the beginning there, where she kind of has to decide to either go west or stick around. Which means I think we have to do the Elrond at the same time, and then have, of course, the idiot son-in-law make a number of appearances. Right? Because, of course, Elrond is the mob boss of Middle-earth. Aragorn runs up to him and calls him Don Carmine. So let me see if I can actually manage to grab this without destroying too many things. Here we go. So this is, again, that's basically straight out of the movie there. And this is from, Nerixon. Yeah, Nerixon. Now, that's normally meant to be, about 1/10 scale. So, like, her head is supposed to be the size of that horse. I took the chance and reduced it down to basically 28 millimeter size so that I could have it for MESBG. Yeah, Denethor. So it's how many Gandalfs does it take to defeat a Balrog? It's kind of like the light bulb question. That would be funny. That would be an interesting battle report, right, Denethor? How many Gandalfs does it take to defeat a Balrog? And you'll have yourself a couple of Gandalf the Greys, you know, the Gandalf from the Dol Guldur scenario. So I do have the old metal GW one on horseback too. That one actually is prepped, hasn't been based yet. Thanks, I appreciate that. Falling freely. So Chaco, yeah, the gray, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea to use the gray. Especially for starting out with, you really don't want to use white or black because those are just too extreme on either side. Vitae, I believe that, was it Conquest Creations? They did a battle report where they had basically Sauron versus hobbits. And the hobbits would basically attack him 8 at a time because that's what it takes to trap him. And I think it was something like 150 hobbits died before Sauron died. Something like that. Now, of course, those were just regular hobbits. They had no might or fate or anything like that. Hey there's Spotty Shark. How you doing? I just saw Falling Freely, and I'm like, I think Spottiest Shark has joined. What we got going on here? A little bit more of our light right there. We had a bit of shadow. I think we still do. Still got some shadow there where his cloak is. And yeah, trying to find that free shipping, always a good plan, right, Chaco? Well, Spuddy, thank you so much for hanging out. There's been quite a lot of mischief and mayhem, hasn't there? Can I ease? Fine. I'll lighten that up a little more. Just a touch more. Oh, there's Alex the Cave Troll. Well, and of course the Linseed Fellowship. And of course with the Patreon page, obviously I can't send out any emails with all the links. Not while I'm doing the streaming thing, but after that's when I can send those out. And again, if you're new to it, the color theory in oils episodes, again, there's a ton of them. I think I got something like 30 something color theory in oils, and we are about to add another one tomorrow. Well, no, Sunday. That's right. Actually, freely, I don't have a sketchbook. I mostly have random pieces of paper, like maybe some notebooks or something. If you check out the blog, you can see where I've done some sketches. Literally just scribbled things down while it was in my head, or even my Tomb King's army. The concept drawing for my Hyro Titan was literally done on a piece of notebook paper while at Games Day, and I think, and again, that's on the blog too. Where's my Tomb Kings? Here, almost there. There they are. So, yeah, there they are. So all that stuff that was all sketched out. just literally in a notebook with all the lines and everything. And all started again with a drawing of that Hierotitan on the left. And then all of the hieroglyphs that you see here, those were all drawn out again on basically a notebook, and they got transferred to some pastel paper, which was then glued to pink foam in order to simulate the texture of stone. So yeah, there's the old Tomb King's army right there. Again, boy, that goes all the way back to 2014, 10 years ago. So yeah, we're doing, this is Gandalf on Shadowfax, and then regular Gandalf over here. Falling freely, just for a lot of different reasons. I actually have an iPad now, and I have, what is that, the Procreate app on there, which actually does time lapses. So it'll make a time lapse video of what I'm drawing. So, if we do something like, well, now obviously this was painted with the oils, but if we're doing some Middle Earth drawings, then we can actually have that be recorded. Now, ironically enough, the lizards are right around where. Here they are.
You little hobbits, spark my guns.
Thank you so much, Harold. Appreciate that. Where's your horse there? It's like, oh, the talking horse, you mean? It's like, he knows I hate it when you call me a talking horse. He's like, just give him some space here. Thank you so much, Harold. Appreciate that. We have another Gandalf roll here to do. Thank you so much, Harold. Oh, look at this. It's the second Gandalf 6 of the stream. Thank you so much, Harold. Appreciate that. Falling freely, what I didn't realize is that, well, it was either get another Surface Pro at like twice the cost, or, and again, I still think the iPad camera is probably better than, say, a Surface Pro camera, because I want to be able to record all the, well, like the terrain, right? I want to be able to make videos on there. But when I got that, I thought that the Apple Pen came with it, not realizing that it's a separate item. So I had to, if I wanted the pressure sensitivity, I had to get the Apple Pen, and it kind of makes no sense to not have the pressure sensitivity, right? Falling freely. And I'm hoping that I can use that sort of as a sketchbook there, where I don't lose the pieces of paper. Some of my old 2D art, I still have some of the original drawings of, these things from way back in the day. I still have all the original drawings of those. Now, well, here's some pastels. Those are just straight to the board. But yeah, well, that's actually the painting I did when I was 13. That was oil painting there. And again, these things where I did the drawings in this one too. So all those started out with regular drawings. Actually, we have some other, I think some spacescapes and such down here. Where are those at? Let me see if we can find those. There was a long way to go to get to. Here we go. Some of we drew those out, right? Drawing all those out, doing the paintings on the streams here. Let me get back to my regular scene. There we go. Well, VT, I'm glad I'm not the only one that found out those hard lessons. Falling freely, I don't know if you've used whatever the video editing software is. I forget what the heck it's called. Of course, now I keep getting emails for that. But I don't know. No, that's not it. And it's not the Apple Store either. Whatever the video editing software is, that, since I haven't actually used it yet, don't know what it's called. Oh, sorry, Denethor, we never got you your Lustria there. One sec. We're almost there. I thought it was the Mimes of Moria. Here we go. Here's their old. Oh, well, let's start out with this. There you go. So that's a painting that we did of Sticky Wicket, the general of the army, and that was actually just done with regular old miniature paint. Now, of course, people insist that the only reason I scratch sculpted those engines of the gods is because I wanted to paint spacescapes. I cannot confirm nor deny that, but yes, those are both sculpted from scratch. Actually, that terrain piece, all the terrain pieces you see here, those that was some of our very first terrain videos that I ever made. Again, you can see the spacescapes there. Oh, and look at that. There's Baby Bobo with his again that little palanquin we made for him. And again, there's another view of that terrain. We are also going to be recreating this, which was my first army board for my Lizardmen back in 2008, 2009. And of course, we're going to be using the pink foam, 3D printed stuff, tons of new techniques that I did not, well, obviously not available that many years ago. So yeah, falling freely for those, like where I'm taking the army. Well, I mean here, I guess. Well, I don't want to hear the sound of it here. Let's hopefully we can do this without getting the sound, but with actual some editing here. So let me just make sure that we don't have any sound there. So basically like this, right, where we're taking a tour through our Easterling capital there with all of the miniatures. That's the kind of thing that I'm hoping I can obviously add some B-roll footage to it, some text, some. I have some AI music following freely. Yeah, I actually signed on to an AI music generator software. Oh, thanks, Denethor. And of course, well, we're going to be doing another. This will be not a bust, but it'll be, I think, more of, yeah, maybe more of a bust where we're going to almost like the Waster. But that's our Aowen figure that we sculpted on stream, also painted on stream. Thanks, Denethor. I still got to find my original Aowen miniature that I sculpted. Either that, I was actually thinking of resculpting that, but maybe not in 28 mil. So falling freely, I don't know if you've ever taken the Procreate time lapse video and posted that anywhere. I saw somebody that was what convinced me to get the iPad. Is that I actually we like 2 hours. We put that through its paces, comparing it to the phone and some other things, and then prices of other things. So Denethor, if you wanted to share your sculpting stuff again, and of course again falling freely, you want to share any of your artwork in the chat, please go ahead. Hey there, Deuce. Nice to see ya. But I will unfortunately pretty soon here have to sign off because again it is now well after 5. That's fantastic, Freely. Well, remind me to go look and see. I could swear I might have seen maybe one or two of those pop up on my Instagram feed. So great to see you there, Deuce. Hopefully you're doing super fantastic on this Saturday morning here. And again, we might be painting this Arwen on Horsey tomorrow. It might just be easier to do that instead of trying to do that dwarven terrain. And again, well, when we started, that's what this was, just that dark brown primer there. Might throw a little bit more of our light down here on this part of his robe. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. And yeah, and again, please give Denethor a follow because Denethor will eventually be doing the streaming thing too. There we go. Finally got the chompers on his lower jaw there. little bit more of our light over here on some of the stones. Maybe even this right here. That's got a little too much texture. I'm going to take some of that away. That is better. Can we get a little bit more of that light up here? No, I want to have that almost be kind of a more of a shadow thing to indicate the source light. So we'll just a little bit more there. Touch more of our light along the shoes here. So yep, since now we're almost 7 hours into the stream here, I do think I'm going to head on over. I think we'll head over to Battleforge Gaming. Why not? So I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf, who after a very long day of being at a show, again, some of the fabulous dice bags, had to listen to me ramble on for almost 7 hours there. So we appreciate that. We also appreciate Recoil, who also contributed. We appreciate all the folks that made that level 1 hype train happen very early in the stream. Well, before that happens, don't forget, please check out that Instagram link that Falling Freely just shared. Yeah, you know, Freely, I've definitely seen those. Those have definitely popped up in my Insta feed. No doubt about it. So again, everybody please check that out, and please also give Falling Freely a follow. We want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the tiers. And again, thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Oh, thanks, Freely. And well, hopefully, maybe I see you on Sunday, right, at Monster Den's, not Miniature Painter Guild, but the Council of Miniature Painters. That's it. We'll get that right. Here, let's take one little look-see here at both of our. You can see all the reds and pinks there on Gandalf, and then again, you got the blues and such over there. So thank you so much. I'm going to get that raid countdown underway here so that we can head on over. So thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate that. I don't know, in about 13 hours we'll be streaming again, maybe 15 hours or so we'll be streaming yet again. So thank you so much, everybody, and I'll see you then.